Good morning, and welcome to the Town of Townsend 2024 annual meeting. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we actually have a flag this year. So if everybody would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I will start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you all stay standing for one moment, what I would like to do is join me in a moment of silence and reflection and remembrance in honor of those Townsend residents we lost this year, in addition to other loved ones that are no longer here. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're ready for my once-a-year nerve-wracking event. Warning. For the Town of Townsend 2024 annual meeting, the legal voters of the Town of Townsend are hereby notified and warned to meet at Dutton Gym located at 2030 Vermont Route 30 on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024 at 9 a.m. to act on the following articles. If there's no objection, I will refrain from reading the entire the entire warning to you. Yes, sir. Point of order. Yes, please come speak in the mic. Face the crowd.
Okay. This is not actionable, but there are two warnings for this meeting. Well, the mic's not working.
You just need to correct your face.
You do. Okay. There are two warnings for this town meeting that were passed this year. One on the 23rd of January was passed 4-0, read into the record and passed. The following week, a special meeting was had on the 30th of January, and another warning for town meeting was read into the record and passed. There are differences between those two warnings. The one that is on the 30th is the one that is published in the town report, and it is the one that I think we should be working off of, obviously. It's the one that the Selectboard has amended and corrected. They did not void the first one. They did not rescind the first one. Technically, and on advice of counsel, the first one may be the one with legal standing, but I just want to establish that it is this one that we're working off of that is in the town report. And I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. There is some legal question about that. The Select Board also has some legal advice, and we are going to move forward with the warning that's in the town report. Okay. Okay. Again, welcome to the Townsend Town Meeting in Dutton Gym. Town meeting is a special tradition, and I'm honored to be a part of it with you. I've looked back at previous meetings now because everything is recorded, and I'm getting tired of saying the same thing over and over again, but I'm going to continue. I would like to extend a special welcome to those who are new in Townsend and those who have never attended a town meeting before. My name is David Lebo, and it's my pleasure to serve as your town moderator for the past year, and will continue to serve as your moderator until my successor is chosen, hopefully by Article I. Let us review some information about the rules of the meeting. Robert's Rules is the basic rules of order for this meeting. The role of the moderator is to keep the meeting organized and explain procedural questions. Please ask any questions before we vote. Voters should check in at the entrance and receive a ribbon. This ribbon must be worn when voting to identify you as a registered voter. Please leave your ribbons as you leave to save taxpayer dollars. Non-residents are not allowed to vote or participate in discussion unless the town gives permission with a 2/3 vote. And there may be a couple people from out of town that want to speak. Emily Long is coming today, I know that. And then our town road foreman is also not from town, and he may want to speak as well. When a motion is on the floor, I'll try to call on hands as they're raised. When called, please stand, state your name before speaking, and speak loud and clear. You can see that we have the problems of the microphones. Please speak loud and clear. We'll try to get a microphone passed around as best we can, and please wait for the microphone. When making a motion, what I'd like you to do, I do this in my other meetings, just say your last name. You know, I second the motion, Lebo. That way the town clerk who's keeping the minutes knows who it is that made the second or the motion. I have problems with names, so when you make it, I look at you, I know you, but I can't come up with your name quick enough. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. There should be no discussion between residents. Articles must be moved and seconded and restated by the moderator before discussion may begin. Articles may be articles may be amended and amendments amended once, with voting to proceed from the last proposal of the amendment in reverse order. That'll be fun when we get there. Debate will be cut off with a 2/3 majority, and if passed, no other amendments can be made, but calling the question is out of order if you do not yet have the floor. You may speak once per motion until all have a chance to speak unless a direct question is asked. You are only allowed to speak twice per article unless we suspend the rules with a 2/3 vote. There will be no personal attacks, and you will be ruled out of order. We can ask the constable to remove you and charge you $200 for being disruptive. You have a right to challenge any decision the moderator makes if you feel the ruling is incorrect, improper, and if you do, just raise your hand and say you challenge the moderator. During elections, if there's no objection, only the nominated person will be allowed to give a brief introduction and background. We don't want to hear what your thoughts are on the town government. Just introduce yourself, where you're from, and that's about it. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the middle and then exit through the sides, although we have lots of room here. We're in Dutton Gym. Please turn off your cell phones and pagers, which is kind of weird here in Townshend, but now you need to do it. We will not be taking a break this year for lunch. Again, second year we're doing it. There is grab and go in the back if you do get hungry or need some coffee. And thank you to the ladies of Town Hall for all the good food. We appreciate it. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch this later this week on cable channel 1079 and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name so that people in TV land can hear you. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce the select board up front. We have Sherwood Lake, Catherine Morrow, where are we at? Rob Wright, Hallie Felker, and Robert Swiger. Get them all right in order? Good. Yes. Excellent. And then we have, I think, justice of pieces and town clerks and all the people that make things happen in the background over here. Papers around, just so you know what's going on. We have a sign-up sheet over here for Green Up Day. Okay, you sign up there, and what Vermont is trying to do is break the Guinness Book of World Records for participants in Green Up Day. So if you can, and you want to participate, May 4th, may the 4th be with you, okay? Sign up right there for Green Up Day to break the record. Papers in the back, we have Townshend News. We've got the West River Education District Annual Report. We got a correction on the town report, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And then we also have the Convention of States information that will be brought up during other non-binding business. Okay. Announcements? Restrooms. Through the doors right here. If you need them, this is Dutton Gym, and there's two upstairs, and there's 2 downstairs if you need a restroom. Okay, that's all I got. I have no other announcements. If there's no objection, I will move to Article 1. No objection. I gotta get there. Article 1, to choose a moderator for the ensuing year. I will now entertain nominations for moderator.
Nominated David Lebo.
I second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Kurt. And just so you know, there's no seconds needed for nominations. I'm just saying, it's good for a vote. It's a confidence thing, but nominations don't need seconds. Are there any other nominations from moderator? I mean, that's great. I appreciate it. I guess I'm not allowed to speak before. Just so you know, I'm not married to this job here. If anybody wants to try it, no, seriously, if somebody wants to try it, I'm not moving out of town. You can do it for a year or 2, and then if you don't like it, I can come back. But I just want to know that this is not my gig. If anybody else wants to give it a whirl, not a problem. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, I'm supposed to say this part. If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for moderator. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Wow. Thanks. Okay. Article 2. To act upon the July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 Independent Auditor's Report. I will now entertain a motion.
So moved to accept the report as written.
Thank you. Okay. Last name? Just. Okay. And you got it? That was Eugene and, yep. Who's taking the notes? Yeah, okay. So I just look over to you to make sure that's okay. Okay. Thank you. It's been moved in second. Any discussion? Thank you. Yes, sir. It'd be, you don't have to come up. You have to run around.
Yeah, it does.
I have a question for the Selectboard as to why there is no summary report in the town report with regard to the independent audit. It was for many years and it was taken out. We have a...
It's not working.
No.
Come on up here.
The summary report could be a 2 or 3 page summary report. We always ask for them from the independent auditors once we eliminated the office of town auditor to provide. I'm sorry, to provide a summary report of 2 or 3 pages to go into the town report. According to 24 VSA 1682, the Select Board is required by law to have that printed and to distribute it to the voters unless there is a special meeting called for the purpose to basically say that it is not available except at the town offices. I doubt that very many people in this room have actually read that report or seen any evidence of that report. To say that it's available in the town clerk's office doesn't give people very much access. And again, by statute, Vermont statute, the Select Board is required to distribute a copy of that report to anyone who so asks.
All right. Yes, you're right, we are. But according to the auditors, this piece of paper does it as long as we make available to the members of the public, to the voting members of the public, the report, to be examined or even copied. We're fine. We have received a request for next year to put in the other 2 or 3 pages, and that's something we can do. This piece of paper right here certifies it according to the audit.
Okay. So agreed to disagree in the sense that here it is. What happens if the annual auditor's report is not distributed on time? It states case law in 2020. And basically they said municipalities should be relieved but not encouraged by the decision that it's okay not to distribute the auditor's report on time. Okay? The annual auditor's report and town report are important tools for annual meetings and should be produced and distributed on time. However, Vermont courts deem that voiding the elections is not appropriate in this situation. So, yes, it should be, and it is available at Town Hall. 30 days prior, they should let it be known that it's available at Town Hall. Absolutely. That would be the proper procedural way. Any other discussion on the annual report? Yes.
I just want to know generally, did the auditors think it was okay? It says they looked. It doesn't say what they found. I seriously doubt there's a problem. unless something's changed drastically since the last time I voted. But it would be nice for a second sentence that says something like, mostly the town accounts are okay. That's what I want to hear.
The answer to your question is yes, the town's okay. And like I said, one of the pieces of feedback we got this year was the other 2 pages have some other information that may or may not be relevant to what questions you want to ask. But come down to the town hall. If you're curious, come down to the town hall or make an appointment with Elaine and she can walk you through it.
Chris. Number three.
Oh, yes, that's okay. Where's their hand? There it is in the back, yes.
I'm not going to go down. But I was there. So, I just wanted to say that I don't understand why every other year we had that little extra in the town report. And you know, a lot of people either don't have the ability, cannot for some reason come to town hall and write through all of that stuff. So how hard is it to have the auditors do a little synopsis in order to make people feel more informed?
Okay, so why okay, so here's my take on it. This is my moderators after doing this for years. The town report costs money. You add an extra 3 pages, and it costs a lot more money. That's okay. The legal requirements are met. If the town would like to have that 3-page summary in the town report, just ask the select board. They've heard you. And next year, we hope to have those 3 pages back. But by law, it's not required. They've met the requirements, and they save the taxpayers some money. Town people don't like it. We've heard it. We've heard you.
Can we go on it now?
Vote on what? You just have to. I don't think there needs to be a vote for it. Yes, Mr. Snelling. Yes, sir.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Are you rendering a legal opinion now?
No.
Okay, well, that's what you just did, so I don't think that's appropriate.
Rendered a legal opinion? Oh, no, that wasn't my legal opinion. That was the legal opinion from the lawyer. That's all that's required.
What lawyer?
Vermont League's the city is in town.
Was that Gordon Baxter or Abigail Freed? It's a matter of public record, sir, when you talk to a lawyer. When the phone call is a matter of public record, the email is a matter of public record. Who? Did you talk to the League of Cities of Vermont? I'm not playing the game.
Okay, we're not, okay. The town report, I have some information here on town report. What does it have to contain? I don't want to have to read this to you, but not me, it has been attempted to figure out legally what's required, and that's the information the select board has had. If the town would like to do it differently, this is the town report. You can vote it down with no legal consequences. This is kind of just a informational procedure. Because even if you vote down the auditor's report, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. It means that you're dissatisfied, but it has no legal recourse. So, it's your pleasure. The town office is prepared. It's note that. You want me to try to figure this out real quick? What must the town report? The town report is not a statutory requirement. So nothing has to be in the town report. There's no requirement for anything to be in the town report.
The auditor's report is required.
I'm not going to argue statute right now. I have it right in front of me, and it's saying the statute numbers, okay? If you would like to challenge this legally in the future, please do. Yes?
I don't think what is...
We're trying to fix the overhead sound. I don't know if you guys can all hear it, so that might work.
I don't think the question is whether or not it's legally required to have one extra sentence expressing the opinion of the auditors as to the quality of the accounting. So that may not be legally required, but what I'm hearing is that people would like to have that as an extra bit of assurance, and it would cost all of maybe 12 words on an already printed page, and that doesn't seem to be too much to ask. So the arguing about whether it's legally required or not is beside the point.
Yes.
We've had a bunch of discussion here. I'm Al Halman, by the way, about what should be in the report. Is it appropriate to make a motion from the floor requesting that additional information be provided in the town report as the members of the public have requested, and make that official notification to the select board as part of this meeting, or is that out of order?
You can do it. I'm going to let you guys do whatever you want. No. It wouldn't be a motion because there's a motion on the floor. Hang on. But I understand what you want to do. That's okay. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to approve the, is it the auditor's report? Used to say town report. Okay, the auditor's report. An amendment would like to be made to
Add additional information to the report.
to add in, to include the three-page,
The current motion is to approve the report.
right, and they want to amend it to approve the report with the addition of things next year. I mean, I'm going to let you do what you want. The select board heard you. I don't know if you want to make it an official amendment to the auditor's report to include it. Huh? Yeah, go ahead. We're still having discussion. Keep discussing auditor's report.
We've all requested, the majority that I can see, want more information. Like I said before, we will add 3 pages. For next year.
Does that suffice for you? Yes.
I was thinking,
I know you were just saying just a sentence, but there's a 3-page summary. I think the town would like to see the 3-page summary. What?
is there a way to ask the group, do you want the 3-page?
Do you want the 3-page summary, or do you want just a one line that says everything's fine?
One line that says the auditor's opinion about the quality of results.
I might need you guys to talk loudly, but that's better, right?
The document that you see in the report is published by the auditors. So we can't add anything to that particular document. We can add the extra 2 pages that comes with it. We can't add a supplement because they've already signed the report. We can't type on there anything more. And this is their standard package. So we can put in there the extra 2 pages to come along with it. Elaine, it's mostly 2 pages, right? Total of 3.
Yes, 2 or 3. That's
Why don't I just post it in the town hall and
Not the same thing.
post it?
That's fine as long as it's warned beforehand. It is an adequate way of doing it and not including it in here. The town wants it in the town report. I think we've heard the town, and next year it will be included in the town report.
Can we amend the motion to say that next year's?
You can do, sure.
We have a motion on the floor to amend it.
That's right. There already is one. But, yeah.
Well,
it's
then
okay.
let's vote on the motion to
Okay.
amend.
I didn't know if we wanted to make the amendment. Fine. There's now any discussion on the amendment, including the 3 pages? Yes.
I'd like to clarify or ask the question, is the amendment to the motion to add the 3-page summary to the town report? Problem solved. Is that what we're discussing at this moment? Thank you.
For next year.
Yes.
Not for this year. Okay. Any other further discussion? First, we'll vote on the amendment, which is to include the 3-page report in next year's town report. A yes vote will pass that amendment. A no vote will defeat that amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So I assume the motion now is to approve the July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 independent auditor's report and request the select board include the 3-page auditor's summary in next year's town report. That is now the current motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll now vote on that. A yes vote will pass the approval of the auditor's report from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, and instruct the and to include the 3-page auditor's report in next year's town report. A yes vote passes it, and a no vote defeats that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Told you this was going to be an exciting one. Article 3. To see what salaries the town will vote to pay the various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk and town treasurer. The clerk and treasurer are paid from the general fund and not by fees that are collected. The budget represents the salaries for these offices. Please reference Article 7 of the town warning and the budget in the town report. Select Board, 1 chair at $1,500, 4 members at $5,200, town clerk assistants and casual labor, $1,755. I will now entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, Craig. Hunt. Second.
Gene, go.
Jim. Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion. Yes.
I would like to amend that motion.
Okay.
To add, for the voters of this, at this meeting, to fix the salary compensation for the Townshend town clerk in the amount of $41,467,000, and fix the salary compensation for the Townshend town treasurer at $33,335 for the ensuing year.
Is there a second? Yes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to include
To fix the salaries.
the salaries are already fixed in the town report.
May I speak to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sure.
The salaries are not fixed in the town report. They're listed as wages in the town report.
And that has been clarified, and you can clarify.
Well,
Again, the town report is not an official document.
I understand that. And to say that we are obliged legally to pay salaries when those salaries are listed as wages out of a general fund, which is an amorphous account. It's not a guarantee.
Okay, so
We have always approved the salaries of the town treasurer and
it's not required.
in
Not required by law.
Now, I understand that. But by law, if you bear with me for one moment.
Okay, hang on. Let me explain what's going on because nobody knows what's going on. Okay. There's an amendment that's been moved and seconded, and that's what we're going to discuss right now. In years past, this article included the salaries of the town treasurer and town clerk. The issue came up that if we vote on the town treasurer and town clerk's salaries in Article 3, and then vote on the town budget, which includes their salaries in Article 7, did we just vote twice to pay them twice? Okay? That is still a legal question that we've got answers to, but is squishy. Okay? Many towns have moved to this system, which has been cleared by the lawyers as well, that this is the only statement that needs to be required in the town warning to pay the town clerk and the town treasurer. The amount of monies that they will be paid is line itemed in the general fund. Unfortunately, by mistake, not the select board, but somebody by accident, from what I understand, yes, the actual town, she's raising her hand, so you're okay with that? The actual town treasurer, by accident, listed the salaries that the town treasurer and town clerk get as wages. Wages is not a salary. Wages paid by the hour. Wages not the same definition as a salary. That was a mistake made by the actual person who gets paid, the town treasurer. That can easily be switched back in the program that they use, I assume, that it already has been switched back. The town report is not a legal document. It is a misprint that is in there. But the concern is that then the select board has control over their wages. But even so, we're not voting on their wage. It specifically says here, salaries. So that spreadsheet can say anything that it wants. We voted, says right here, the word is right here. The budget represents the salaries. We're voting on their, when we vote on the general fund, we're not voting on their wages. We'll be voting on their salaries because that's what we decided here. They are salaried positions. So there's an amendment on the floor to go back to what we were doing before and include the town clerk salary and the town treasurer salary. We can, that's fine, but it is not required. The wage and salary issue that's listed in the town report, I believe, is a non-issue. I've talked to the Secretary of State. I've talked to VCLT about this. It's a compensation that if you want to get into terminologies, the lawyers can pound out. But it looks like it was just an honest mistake putting the word wage rather than salary. That's already been fixed. That's my explanation. Does that make sense? Okay. We now have an amendment on the floor. We're going to speak about the amendment. Yes.
I wanted to ask clarity on that amendment.
Yes.
So basically, if we pass the amendment, we would be setting the salary, not the select board. Technically, in the way it's written originally, would be that the select board could negotiate without the voters' right, as long as they're within their budget, is my understanding.
Correct.
Is that correct?
I would think so.
So if the voters wanted to have control of the actual salary, then this would be the way to go versus allowing that other.
You are quite allowed to adjust the general fund when the general fund comes up and amend the general fund to change their salaries. You don't have to do it here. The general fund is amendable.
But that doesn't mean that it actually goes to that.
You can direct them to line item. Yes, no, you can. Yes, no. How's that? As a moderator, you can amend the general fund and tell them you want to increase this, decrease that. Yes. Yeah, no, it's okay, please. I'm as confused as you are, and I'm just passionate out in my head, so keep them coming. It's all good. Yes, in the back. Yell.
Please read the amendment.
Yeah, yes, okay. So what basically would just be their salaries. For the salary, the compensation, let me look back at next year. I mean, was it last year we changed it or the year before? That would probably be the best. Was this the first year we did it? Okay, so in the last years, the article said, it just basically listed, it said town clerk, for the voters to fix the salary compensation for the town clerk in the amount of $41,467 and to fix the salary of the town treasurer to $33,335. That's basically what we're going to add to this motion article. Did that answer your question?
No, I just want to hear the motion.
That's it.
That man wrote on a piece of
I just read it.
That was it.
That was it. That was it. That he wants to fix the salaries for the town clerk, $41,467, and fix the salary for the town treasurer at $33,335. Yes. Yes.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that maybe other towns have changed their format. Personally, I find that when things start getting shuffled into the general fund, that it kind of get overlooked a lot of the time, and that we've always in the past voted on these salaries the way it was written last year. For some reason, this year's the big change year. When you have the salaries at the beginning like this, then people can talk about it. They can see it. They can be aware of what's going on. When it gets pushed into an account where people are always going to go and refer to it because, frankly, a lot of people don't want to delve, then it gets kind of lost in the shuffle. So to have them remain in this article seems to be behoove the town.
The response to that is the concern about that double dipping. You're voting on their salaries twice. That was the concern. That's all. That's right. That was the concern.
The reason that this came out, working here. The reason this came about was last year when this body voted a 9.1% increase to casual labor, and in fairness to the other employees, they had to were made equal. They got just about the same amount, but the treasurer and the town clerk did not. Their wages were not increased because they were locked into 2%. And doing 6 months worth of work on this to find out how it could be rectified so that the clerk and the treasurer could get paid in parity with everybody else, it was finally discovered that we were allocating twice. Now, you can say all you want about whether it did happen, didn't happen, whatever. The lawyers, the accountants, the accountant can't tell me 100% that we didn't have an extra allocation in all of these different years. And the only reason it showed up was we kicked a bunch of garbage out of the budget that's been there for years. So in order to be able to, let me back up. With Article 3, with their salaries locked into that position, there's no changing that. The select board can't manipulate a special article. They can take, as it's been said, the general fund article and move that around, and that's just the point. If something happens like it did last year, at least all these people would be treated the same and fairly. And I'm not even going to go into whether it's been done before, it's been done for years, whatever. Just because it's been done for eons doesn't make it's going to work from moving forward. And that's the extent of it.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. Further discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we have an amendment on the floor to include in Article 3, I'm not going to read the whole article, but to include for the voters to fix the salary compensation for the town clerk in the amount of $41,467 and fix the salary of the town treasurer at $33,335 for the ensuing year. A yes vote will pass the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. For all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Think I'm going to have to divide the House. For all, we need 7. Okay, I was going to divide the House in 2 hands. Somebody's called for a paper ballot. I need 6 more people for a paper ballot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yep, that's 6. Okay, we're going to have a paper ballot on this amendment, and then we still have to go back to the main motion. So the paper ballot will be a yes. There's a little piece of paper front and back. You put yes or no. A yes will pass the amendment as I just read it, including this verbiage. A no vote will defeat this, and then we just go back to the main motion and then vote on the main motion, which can be amended again. Everybody understand? Yes or no? Okay, let's take the time to have the vote. And if you need the ballot box brought to you, let me know and we'll bring it to you. The ballot box is now open. It's okay. I'm watching you, BCTV. It's okay, take your time. Let's get yourself ready. You good? That's okay. Good? Okay. We have the results of the vote on the amendment. There were a total of 9. Wow, look at that. I didn't even think about that. 79 votes. Remember the old days? 3, 6, 79 votes. Yes votes are 36. No votes are 43. The amendment fails. So we're back to the main motion, which is as it's written in the town report. And we're still discussing.
One question. What's the main motion again?
Okay, I'll restate the main motion, but the motion's been called and seconded. There's no more discussion by 2/3 vote. But okay, I'll read it again. It's just in the town report. To see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials for the ensuing year, town clerk and town treasurer. The clerk and treasurers are paid from the general fund and not by fees that are collected. The budget represents the salaries for these offices. Please reference Article 7 of the town warning and the town budget in the town report. Select Board Chair 1 at $1,500, 4 members at $5,200, Town Clerk and Assistants and Casual Laborers $1,755. The question's been called and seconded. Is there any? If there's no objection, we're going to have the vote now. Okay. A yes vote passes this motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, now we're going to move on to Article 4, which needs to be amended. But Article 4, to elect the town officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, 1 1-year term. Town treasurer, 1 1-year term. Select board, 1 3-year term. Select board, 2 1-year terms. Listers, 1 3-year term. Delinquent tax collector, 1 1-year term. First constable, 1 1-year term. Second constable, 1 1-year term. West River Modified Union Education, 1 5-year term. Cemetery commissioner, 1 5-year term. And library trustee, 1 5-year term.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I make a motion to exclude the West River Modified Union.
Okay, I'll repeat it. I understand. Okay, so, yep, that's good. So, he's made the motion, but he changed, you don't have to read this exactly when you make a motion, right? It doesn't have to be exact. So, he made the motion excluding the West River Modified Union Education Union election because there is none. There's no position available. That was just copy and pasted, unfortunately, and it looks like it was a mistake. But we've asked the question, and we can amend this article and leave that one out. But we have to vote right now on the motion to change it. Is there, so it's been moved. How about a second? Okay, second, pick anybody. Now there's discussion. We can discuss this, the motion on that Article 4, and then we'll do the elections. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I just want to inform you as well that there is an at-large position for the West River Education. So there is actually an election. It's just an at-large position. And if you're interested, please contact the West River Education District if you're interested in running for that position. So is there any further discussion? No? Okay, so a yes vote will pass this article excluding the West River Education position, and a no vote puts it back in there. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Okay, thank you for that cleaning. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and then thank you for cleaning that mess up. Okay, now on to the elections. Got some verbiage here for elections. Elections. Vermont state law requires paper ballot for elections of select board and listers, and we do have those elections. We must have paper ballots for those. All other elections may be handled from the floor unless you get the 7 people that want to have a paper ballot, which is absolutely fine. Seconding a nomination is acceptable. Show of support, but not needed. If you want to fine, again, no personal attacks. And if there's no objection from your part, theoretically, you're not supposed to speak at all. If you want, I'll allow a brief introduction, who you are and where you're from. No political statements or anything like that. No personal attacks, and there will be no questioning any nominees. A voter may move to close the nominations with a 2/3 vote. 7 votes require a paper ballot. And then if there are 3 or more candidates for a position, we have 3 elections. And then on that 3rd election, you drop one off, and then you keep going. And we'll get to that if we need to. And I'll say this a couple times, any newly affected, you will be affected. Any newly elected who will be affected officers, please stay after the meeting to be sworn in. Okay? I'll try to remember to say that at the end of the meeting. Okay, moving on to elections. I will now entertain nominations for town clerk, 1-year term. The current holder is Elkanah Wilson. Yes.
Alenka Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Alenka has been nominated. Did anybody hear that? Alenka Wilson. Do I hear any other nominations for town clerk? Hearing no other nominations. If there is no objection, hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Alenka Wilson, town clerk, 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Town treasurer, 1-year term. It's currently held by Elaine Hill. I will now entertain nominations. Elaine Hill has been nominated.
I'll second that.
Any other nominations for town treasurer? If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Elaine Hill for town treasurer, 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Select Board. I will now entertain motion for the 3-year term on Select Board. I believe that's held by Rob Wright. Yep. 3-year term. I will now entertain nominations.
Mr. Moderator, yes. I nominate Rob Wright to fill that position.
Rob Wright's been nominated. Do I hear any other nomination? Does he accept the nomination? I guess I should ask people that. Yes.
Nominate Eileen Evans.
Eileen Evans. Oh.
Eileen, otherwise known as Allie.
Allie Evans, right. Okay.
Second.
Okay. Okay. And keep going. Any other nominations? 3-year term on the Select Board. Okay. Hearing no other nominations, this election must be done by paper ballot for Select Board. So we will have let's have 2 names on the ballot. Let's do this. So you go by Rob, not Robert, right? We got Robert down there and Rob here. Go with anything, hey you. So we got 3-letter Rob, R-O-B. or four-letter Ally, A-L-L-I-E, 5 letters. Is that okay, Ally? That's fine? Okay, so we have Rob Wright or Ally Evans. I now declare the ballot box open. And I declare the nominations closed. I guess I should have said that first. We have the results of the 3-year term for Select Board. There was a total of 90 votes. 2 people, let me just explain. There's an election. I should have said this at the beginning of the meeting. The general election, the primary election is going on at Town Hall. Okay, so please go vote in the primary election, the national primary election over there. They wanted to vote. They came over here. They were late. The ballot box was already closed. I told them they couldn't vote. Okay? And their votes were not included in this total. So just so you know that the ballot box was closed. We will try to get the ballot box to them for any other votes. So the election for the 3-year position, Rob received 35 votes and Ally received 55 votes. So Ally Evans wins that 3-year position. We will now move on to Select Board position, 1-year term. I will now entertain nominations for the 1-year term. Yes.
I'd like to nominate Kate Jancek.
K-A-T-E-J.
J-A.
Phonetically, that's fine.
J-A-N-C-I-C-A-K.
S-A-K? S-A-K?
Would you please
Jancek.
so everyone can hear?
I'm sorry, what?
Would you please spell it so everyone can hear?
I don't know how to spell it. The name is Kate Jancek. Jancek. Thank you. I can phonetically spell that. Kate Jancek. Okay, is she here?
Yes.
Oh, that's the Jan right there. Okay. Okay, are there any other nominations for the 1-year term? I just want to get through this and then we might have a brief introduction. Yes.
I nominate Haley Felker.
Haley Felker has been nominated for the 1-year position. Rob Wright has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Yes. Rob Wright's been nominated. Thank you for the second. Good job. Next. Any other nominations? Next nomination. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate myself, Nick Suarez.
Nick
Suarez, S-U-A-R-E-Z.
Nick Suarez. Okay. More nominations. Okay. No? Okay. Okay, hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed. Step 1. Step 2. We have 4 names. You ready for the 4 names? Do you want to just do first names?
I thought you were aren't you going to let them speak first?
Oh, do you want to? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you for point of order. Excellent. Do you want to just stand and introduce yourself? Go ahead. Let's start with the first one. Kate. You just speak. Yeah.
Turn it on. My name's Kate. I'm sort of new to Townsend. 2 years ago, I moved here from the Black Hills of South Dakota, where I lived in a place not dissimilar to this, small town, rural, no one to waste. You keep friends by keeping promises. You don't lock your doors, kind of place. Retired after 20 years of being in an executive position running a science and engineering university. So I am really familiar with budgets, forecasting, facilities, deferred maintenance, all that stuff. Also good at helicopter parents and fraternity problems, but I don't think that'll apply here. So I'm available, I'm educated, and I'm also I am actually totally ignorant of any of the existing controversies, so I bring to it an open mind and goodwill.
Thank you. Thank you. Hallie, you want to?
I was on the select board a few years ago. This position opened because the woman that was here moved out of town, and I was specifically asked by the select board to fill that position. Grew up in the area, and my heart is here, and I love serving the community.
Bob Wright. I've served for the last 9 years on the select board. I think anybody that knows me knows that whatever my opinion is, I'm going to let you know what it is, and I'm sincere about what I say, and I value my position on the board and would be glad to serve again.
Nick, you want to? Yep. You want to come up for a second?
Hello, like Kate, I also moved here just under 2 years ago. So a lot of you are new to me, but I've been working for around 5 years in federal government in school health, supporting school health programs. When I was in college, I was on the board of directors for one of the largest student housing cooperatives in the nation, or in the continent. So I bring a real cooperative spirit to pretty much everything I do, and I have some experience working on finance committee in the co-ops and on managing or government contracts and budgets. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we have 4 names. Is somebody ready to run over to the other building? Okay, good. So we have 4 names. We have Kate, Hallie, Haley, sorry, I forgot the I. Haley, long A. Haley, Rob Wright, Rob, and Nick Suarez. Can't read my own handwriting. Kate, Haley, Rob, and Nick. Is there any questions before I open the ballot box? Yes, question.
It shows there's 3 select board members up. If you look at the list of names on the back, but there's only 2 positions in this article. Is that
The third-year position isn't the third one?
There's 2 one-year positions. Yeah. If you look at
Yeah, we'll be doing another one-year position after this.
Oh, we are.
Yes, there's another election for another one-year position.
I just
No, that's okay.
listed
It's
out.
all good.
Thank
Let's clarify everything before we make a mistake, which I do frequently. What, any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Wait, everybody stop moving around, please, for just a moment. Sorry. No questions to nominees. Sorry. There's no questions to nominees.
Hold on,
Yes.
Just one.
No, you're just putting, we're just voting on, yes, thank you. We're just voting on one position. One position. We're voting on one-year position. 4 people are running for one-year position. You put one name on the ballot or else it'll be a spoiled ballot. Kate, Hallie, God darn it, Haley, Rob, and Nick. Haley, Rob, and Nick. I now declare the ballot box open. This is going to be a while, guys. Okay, we have the results of the vote. There was 99 total votes. I think I broke that. There are 99 total votes. Kate got 40. Rob got 30. Haley got 19. And Nick got 10. I believe if there's 99, I believe if there's 99 votes, you need 48, 9 to win? 50. Okay, 50 plus 1, right? So it'd be, right, 50% plus 1. So 50, sure. Nobody got majority. So basically, we're going to have the election again. We're going to do it again, okay? So the ballot, wait, so again, the names are Kate, Nick, Haley, and Rob. And let's just explain. Yes, sir, in the back. Point of order? Okay.
And soon we will hold on one more 1 year.
Correct. Correct. Wait, we're still on the first one-year term. So let me explain. When there's more than 2 people running, you have 3 elections to see if anybody can get a majority. On the 3rd election, after the 3rd one is done, we drop the person that gets the least number of votes. That's the 3rd election. On the 4th election, if nobody gets we drop the least amount of votes, then we're down to 2 people. And then on the 5th election here, if nobody gets it, that's when we'll decide. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody got it? So again, this is the 2nd election to see if we can get a majority. It's okay. Kate, the names are Kate, Nick, Haley, and Rob. Does anybody have any other questions? Kate, Nick, Haley, Rob. Seeing no questions, I now declare the ballot box open. Okay, just a point of information kind of thing. Emily Long, our state representative, is here. And she wants to say a few words and take some questions. I just don't think now is the right time. I just want to, I'll do whatever you guys want, but in the middle of an election, I just don't think it's appropriate to stop everything. If we could squeeze it in while they're counting, that's one thing, but I don't think we're going to be able to, so. You didn't give me the total. I got to do math. 2, that's 3. Got to carry the 1. Wait, I got to do the new math. What's the new? I don't know how to do it the new way. 2, 3, that's 10. Carry the 1. 1, 2, 5. So we got more this time. That looks like 101. What? Why, yes, that's good. 57, 8, carry the 1, 1, 6, 4, 101. So, 101 votes. It looks like we do have a majority on this vote. Kate received 57 votes. Rob received 30 votes. Haley received 11 votes. I'll never get it right, I'm sorry. And Nick received 2 votes. So I do believe Kate won the election with 57 votes. So we don't have to do another election right now for that position. That just finished one-year term. Congratulations, Kate. We could now either do the other one-year select board term, or do you want to have Emily speak now? Do you want to finish at least that one? Yes? Do the other 1 year? Okay, that's what I'm getting from the town. Okay, so I will now entertain nominations for a 1-year term on the select board. Yes, in the back.
Nominate Haley Felker.
Haley.
I second.
Okay, Haley. I'll try again. Okay, Haley. Any other nominations?
Rob Wright.
Rob Wright. Rob Wright's been nominated. Yes.
Nick Suarez.
Nick Suarez. Okay. Keep coming. No? Any other nominations for a 1-year position on the select board? Okay. Hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed. And now, select board 1-year term. 3 names. Hallie. Why do I keep doing that? Is it H-A-Y? I need phonetics. Haley. Hey you. Okay. I'm going to put a Y in your name. Haley. Rob. And Nick. And that, yes, Alenka, sorry. Haley, Rob, and Nick. Haley, Rob, or Nick. 1 name on the ballot, 1-year position. I declare the ballot box open. Have the results from the election for a select board 1-year term. We have a total of 94 votes, which means you need 48, I believe, right? 48, 47 would be half, so you need 48. Rob received 34 votes. Haley received 32 votes, and Nick received 28 votes. So there is no majority. We will do it again. Okay, again, it's the three vote thing, and the last person drops off. So we have Rob, Haley, and Nick. The ballot box is now open. Results from the second election for a one-year position on the Select Board. We have a total of 96. Nick received 27. Rob received 35. Haley received 34. So I don't even know what majority is, but I don't assume that is majority. Therefore, we do it a third time. And if nobody gets a majority after this one, we will drop the lowest receiving voter at that time. Huh?
Lowest receiving candidate.
Yeah, thank you. Lowest receiving candidate at that time. So once again, this is a three-person race between Nick, Rob, and Haley for a one-year Select Board position. I now declare the the ballot box open. Okay, we're going to have another election. We have a total of 96 votes, and instead of getting further apart, it's getting closer together. Haley received 31 votes, Nick received 33 votes, and Rob received 32 votes. 31, 32, 33. Unfortunately, Haley is now dropped from this next election.
And you finally learned how to say your name.
I did. I phonetically put a Y after H-A-Y, Haley. Okay, so unfortunately, Haley is dropped from the next election. We now have a Select Board position, one-year position, and the nominees are Nick and Rob. Any questions before we open the ballot box? Nick and Rob. The ballot box is now open. The results of the Select Board position, one-year position are in. I got 98 votes. Rob received 34. Nick received 64. Nick has won the one-year position on the Select Board. Okay, moving on. What do we want to do? We have a couple options here. Two options. One, again, the question is when we would like to suspend the rules and allow our representatives to speak. Would you like to finish this article and finish all the elections before she speaks, or would you like to interrupt this article and have her speak right now? I'm leaving it to you guys on the floor. Just give me an idea. Finish this? Finish this? Okay, fine. We're moving on. We will now, as soon as this article is over, I'll ask if we'll allow her to speak. I will now entertain nominations for one position for a 3-year term as a lister. Nominations, please.
I nominate Mike Bills.
Mike Bills has been nominated. And just so you know, Mike Bills holds the position right now. Any other nominations from the floor? Thank you. Hearing no other nominations, I got to read my thing. If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Mike Bills for a one-year term as lister. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for the Delinquent Tax Collector. It's a one position, a one-year term currently held by Becky Riley.
Nominate Becky Riley.
Becky Riley's been nominated. Any other nominations? No? Okay, if there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I do what? I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Riley for the Delinquent Tax Collector position. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for the first constable position. It's a one-year term currently held by Warren Beatty.
Nominate Warren.
Sorry, who was that? Who was it?
That was Jeff Russ. Any other nominations? 1-year position as first constable. You're the ones that are allowed to throw you out of here. They're the ones that are allowed to throw you out of here. Hearing no other nominations, if there's no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Warren Beatty for first constable, a 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Second constable. I will now entertain motions for a 1-year term as a second constable, currently held by Michael Cutts.
Michael.
Jeff Russ has nominated Michael Cutts. He's not here right now, but you're allowed to do that. Yeah, she's not here either. Any other nominations for second constable? Hearing no other nominations for second constable and there's no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Mike Cutts for second constable. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Cemetery Commissioner. I will now entertain motions for Cemetery Commissioner. It is a 5-year term currently held by Bruce Bills.
Nominate Bruce Bills.
Bruce Bills has been nominated. You up for another 5 years? Awesome. Any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Bruce Bills as Cemetery Commissioner, 5-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. And then, Library Trustees. I will now entertain nominations for one 5-year term for Library Trustee, currently held by Judy Slowick.
I nominate Judy Slowick.
Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Judy Slowick for the Library Trustee, 5-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. And you can see how poor I am with names. Yes?
Mr. Moderator, on your description of the listers and Mike Bills, I think you said it was a 1-year term.
It's a 3-year term. Sorry. Yes? Could have. And now they videotape everything so I can go back and look. So yes, it was a 3-year term. Thank you for that correction. I think we're done with the elections. The elections are complete. All elected officials, whether or not it's new or not, at the end of the meeting, please come forward to be sworn in. I'm one of them. Thank you. At this point, I would entertain, well, I could just say, if there's no objection, I would like to suspend the rules and have somebody from out of town speak. Our state representative is here, Emily Long, and she would like to say a few words as well, take a few questions. Is there any objection to having her speak now? Hearing no objection, I will leave the floor to Ms. Long. Thank you. Yeah, we're working on it. Hang on. You want to hold it? Sure.
Don't want to trip him up. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Because I can't hear that I'm speaking into something, but it's fine. No, as long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. Oh, there it comes. All right. So first of all, I just want to say this has been very entertaining. I didn't mind waiting. It's been a long time since I have stood at town meeting during elections because, as you all know, I live in Newfane, and we've been doing elections for candidates by Australian ballot for years. So it was very interesting to watch all this process again. And democracy in Vermont is alive and well, thankfully. Yay. So I am Representative Emily Long. I live in Newfane. I was just telling someone who suggested that maybe I could become a resident here because I'd stood here so long that I was born here at Grace Cottage Hospital, so I'm sort of qualified. So I'm House Majority Leader as well in the State House, and we've had a heck of a busy year this year. I say that every year. You hear me say that every year. This year has been a little additionally intense, I will say. The loss of the the final round of our ARPA funds being spent or trying to be spent has taken up quite a bit of our concerns, as well as looking for all the upcoming needs in the state. We just passed our Budget Adjustment Act, which we do every year. That included some funding for emergency housing. Maybe you've all heard about that. It was very important that we support folks and make sure that they have a roof over their heads. The state took on negotiating motel rates, which reduced the costs. So we were able to cover that for this year. We have been tackling, as you have probably heard in the news, education property taxes. It has been an ongoing challenge for us to be able to afford our education system in this state. This year it grew quite a lot. Some of the reasons were around healthcare costs and many other things, lots of special needs in our schools that we have seen growing since the pandemic. And so then we had Act 127, which was our waiting bill that was passed in 2022, and it had a mechanism in there for capping property tax increases at 5%. When we realized that school districts were all over the state were going above the 5%, we realized we needed to make a very rapid change in our law. So we did, both in the House and the Senate. The governor signed the bill to remove the cap for everybody and switch the mechanism over to a cents, that's a CENTS discount for those districts who were negatively impacted by the weighting change that we had. That is a mechanism in our funding system. So due to all of that, we have decided we need very quickly to start tackling our education system. I will say not, I want to say funding, but it's not just funding, it's also our delivery system in Vermont. So we want to look at transforming our public education system and then looking at transforming our funding system as well. As you all know, progressive systems are often complicated, and ours is a very complicated education funding system. Most folks don't really understand all of it, but that makes it very progressive and fair. So we're going to try to figure out a system that continues a progressive, fair system, but that is maybe more understandable for our taxpayers. So it's going to take a little time, but we've already started diving into this since we changed H850, which is our change to the Act 127 that we passed. So a couple other things I want to mention. This one may seem small to all of you, but it's a pretty big deal to me. I have been hoping to see this bill passed for years. Neonicotinoids. In the Agricultural Committee, they've been taking this bill up to protect our pollinators, and I think we might pass that this year finally, and we've been looking at it for years. So neonics, we'd love to see those regulated and reduced. We won't be eliminating the use of them, but there will not be treated seeds if this passes the way it's passing in the House, it looks like. So I look forward to seeing that on the floor coming up after town meeting break. After town meeting break are 2 weeks of policy crossovers next week. Money crossovers the week after that. That's when the bills switch from the House to the Senate, and we can't introduce anything new unless it's a short form bill. So we're hard at work on that. One quick thing, we have been working on healthcare. I hear from my constituents everywhere, and we all hear from Vermonters who are struggling to pay for their health care and their health insurance. This is a huge challenge and something we're going to have a lot of trouble rectifying without help from the federal government. But we are trying to take some steps, and the Healthcare Committee has been working on a bill to expand Medicaid, making more people eligible for Medicaid, because while we do have a very high number of Vermonters who have insurance, health insurance, Many of them are underinsured. And so this would help fix that problem or ease that problem for our especially our low-income and elderly residents in the state. So we're working on that. I don't know as we're going to be able to see it pass this year, but we will be investigating, see how far we can go with that. Public safety, quickly, we're still trying to find paths forward on public safety. We are looking at 2 bills to deal with retail theft and motor vehicle theft, to find better ways to handle that. Our criminal justice system our judicial system is far overwhelmed and way backed up still. And the Senate is working on a bill to increase our judges by 3 more positions. That will help ease the backlog, but the backlog has been significant. And we do know that first of all, deterring folks from breaking the law requires rapid connection to them, so police force enforcement, and then a quick turnaround in our judicial system is what deters crime. And neither of those things have been successful in the state, so we're working on that to see whether we can ease the backlog in the court system so that we can work on reducing the number of crimes in the state. So that's an ongoing challenge that we're doing. There's a lot more, but that's probably it from my top. And I know you guys have been really patient and you don't need to hear a lot more speeches, but people may have questions.
Questions? Yep, in the back. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Bobby. I'm curious as to what your position is on how we deal with what appears to be a growing mental health issue here in the county, particularly in Brattleboro. My perception is that many of our people who are mentally or challenged in the mental health area end up being processed through the emergency rooms or processed through a crisis worker. Sometimes they probably really need to be in jail and not just through a revolving door rack on the street for 2 weeks. Is there any thing in the legislature that they're dealing with increasing the size of the state hospital or looking at mental health on a more broader basis?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. And it's not just in Vermont, of course, it's all over the country, that is for sure. We are dealing with it significantly here. We know that. It's even in our school systems. We are working on, I can't remember if where the stage of it is, but we're working on crisis response teams to work mobile. These are mobile crisis response teams. Yeah, so that is one aspect. We've had some feedback from law enforcement that if we have social workers or mental health intervention at calls, that it does de-escalate a situation. And so that there is one way to maybe de-escalate going through the crisis response teams. We're continuing to look at other paths forward with mental health issues. There's no question it has grown, that challenge.
My wife works on that's a very dangerous situation for those social workers. They have no police backup. They're going out there by themselves.
I was a guardian ad litem at the same thing.
And yeah, you need to integrate it much more with the police. It needs to be a combined reaction with police and mental health workers. Yeah, the police don't need to shoot everybody, but mental health workers don't need to be exposed to getting killed either.
That is absolutely true, and they would be trained to work with police officers to help de-escalate.
Thank you. Nick.
Excuse me, just kind of following up on that. Sorry? Louder. Following up on that, what are your plans to address the root causes of these mental health issues? Because it's one thing to kind of respond in different ways and change the response, but that's not going to change what's creating these disparities.
Yeah, of course. So again, it goes to poverty, it goes to housing, it goes to education, all of those things. And we are definitely trying to find supports for everything I just said. We've been putting billions of dollars into housing in this state, making sure that people are housed. Health care, access to it is critically important. Making sure that we have an accessible public education system where everyone has access to a high quality education in this state. Those are all really important parts to this. It's shoring up working Vermonters. We passed a child care bill last year, and we continue to look for more supports for childcare. There's a payroll tax to support the childcare that's critically important for families to be able to have that kind of support. So we'll just continue to try to find ways to build a foundation under Vermonters so that they have a foundation to move forward. Thanks.
Question? Yeah.
In regard to your response to Nick's question, does it include nutrition among all those other things?
Yeah, so thank you for that. We passed a bill last year actually through the Agricultural Committee as opposed to the Education Committee for universal school meals. And the reason we did that was to not only support access to high quality breakfast and lunch in our systems, but also to support local farms and to make that link between the food that is served and the farmer that grows them. So yeah, that's part of it. And of course, making sure that people are housed and have jobs. Will eliminate the need for the severe need we've been seeing on food shelves, which we see all the time. It's been really tough for people to be to not have food for their meals. So we need to make sure people have jobs. We need to make sure they have shelters. So.
One more question. We have a long meeting. One more question. You want to go ahead? Speak loud in the back. Yeah, you had your hand raised?
Personal experience, I'm finding that the judicial system in this state is ridiculously lenient upon people who are who repeatedly do things that are like abusive or attacking people, and play the mental health card and get out of jail free. Personally, I know someone that was assaulted within a few feet of her house and ended up having to have the side of her face rebuilt by a neighbor who has been reported over and over again that he was after, like, harassing people and threatening people, and one person took him to court because he threatened her, and he never got punished in any way. This person ended up having, as I said, had to have her face rebuilt. He almost killed her, and he went to jail. Went to court. They charged him with simple assault and let him go under the care of a psychologist or mental health person for 8 weeks. This is ridiculous. This person no longer dares to walk in her neighborhood. So something needs to be done. It's not. And when I called the state police, they said, oh yeah, he's going to use the mental health card. He's done it before.
So we did pass, I don't know if it's been on the floor yet, but we passed out we're working in Judicial Committee on domestic violence legislation. We've been trying to strengthen that based on the comments you just made. But we are also trying to pass a bill about restorative justice and making that immediate link. I mentioned before that the quicker it's called pre-charge diversion. It's a program that if you get immediate consequences for your actions, it deters further actions. And we are seeing what you just described as repeat offenders. We're seeing it in retail theft. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at retail theft bill to see if we can combine multiple charges into one and reduce the impact on the judicial system, because, frankly, it takes years to get through the judicial system. And I'm not actually joking when I say years. It literally can take years to get through. So, again, we're hearing it, we're seeing it, we feel that, and that's why we're trying to get more judges. We're trying to clear the backlog, and we're trying to make sure that people have immediate consequences for their actions. So we'll continue to keep working on that. But I appreciate the question and the concern, because we have that concern as well. So.
Do we want? Okay. You want?
Sounds like people are done.
One more question? Okay.
On that topic, I was just on jury duty down in Brattleboro. We could use a whole nother courthouse. They couldn't see cases because there was not another courtroom.
That's what I mean by the backlog.
Make a new building.
Yes, thank you. It's true. We do need to make sure it's not just judges we need court personnel as well. There's no question, we're hearing that all the time. So thank you for that feedback. We'll keep working on it.
If you have more questions, you can talk to Emily.
Oh, and thank you for the little nudge. I am going to be at the Townshend Library on the 16th. I believe it's Saturday, the 16th at 9 in the morning. So please come see me there. I also go right after that to the Newbrook, to the More Free Library in Newfane. And so that's from 10:30 to 12. You're welcome to come to either one of those. But I am super excited that I get to come to Townshend once in a while when I'm invited to be here. So please come see me there. And I also go to Marlboro. So thank you all for having me. I really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do, Emily. We appreciate it. Indeed. Okay. Now back to the regular scheduled program. Okay, we left off. We're on Article VIII. Article VIII. To see if the town will authorize the select board to set tax rates sufficient to cover all monies raised from municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes.
So moved.
Greg? Thank you. Who was the second? Chris. Okay. Moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will authorize the select board to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and borrow money in anticipation of taxes. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 6. To see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 23rd, 2024, November 22nd, 2024, February 21st, 2025, May 23rd, 2025. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 0.5% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof plus penalties will commence May 30th, 2025. Entertain motion, Craig. Thank you.
Second.
Got it. Good. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, can I avoid reading it again? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So we know what the motion is. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $441,565 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $267,827 to be raised in taxes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second? Chris? Okay. Discussion. Bring it on. Yes, sir.
I was curious as to why the $320,000 surplus from 22-23, that only $200,000 was applied for this coming budget.
He said, hold on just a minute, he's looking things up. The general fund is on pages 7 to 11. Yes. You kind of can answer the question. Anybody can answer the question. Yep. Okay.
I think Elaine can also help me on answering this question. The auditor recommended that we do not spend the entire surplus, but that we the auditor, and Elaine can also speak about this, the auditor suggested that we not spend the entire surplus, that we hold some in the general fund in order to make sure that we can cover costs.
The costs? What costs?
For the unexpected
There's also in the highway budget the same thing. The auditor says or tells us how much we should keep in reserve, and that's what we keep in reserve. And then if it's not used during that period, it goes into basically being returned to the general fund. So, good.
Are either of those written in the auditor's report? Those recommendations? I have a copy of the auditor's report, but I didn't see it written in there that you should have a rainy day fund basically in lieu.
They tell us the same thing every year.
Okay, but I don't see that.
2 years ago, it was we should leave $100,000 in one and $200,000 in the other. It changes based on what we have.
Okay.
If you don't get the answer that you like, then I suggest you call the auditor. He's the one that presents that for.
We spend $20,000 a year on the auditor, and that is the Selectboard's responsibility, is to see what they did and take their recommendations, but also to deliver those to the voters of the town and explain them. I don't know who the auditor who made that recommendation is, but it's not out where we can see it as a voting population. And to hide the auditor's report year after year after year doesn't help, in a sense, to not publish.
It is not hidden. If you want that auditor's report published, plan on doubling the size of that book. We can certainly do that. I'm getting a little tired of hearing we're hiding things. Everything that we do is in this book. Everything.
I'll look for the auditor's recommendations that you set aside monies for contingency expenses, when it's always been that you apply the surplus to the next year's budget. And then if the townspeople want to take some of that surplus money and spend it on special projects or set it aside for something else, that's up to the townspeople.
Obviously, you haven't been in the loop for a while.
Yeah, wait, are we, yes?
I have a question. I believe under state statute that the taxpayers have to vote and decide on how those funds are spent. The select board don't have the authority to spend surplus funds in the following year. I believe you may want to research that, I don't know, but I believe that from years past knowledge that surplus funds, if not returned back to the taxpayers the following year of that, because obviously it's not this year's budget, that was 2 years ago, how it flows, it is the authority of the taxpayers, the body, to decide on how those funds are spent. And if we wanted to keep those reserve funds and put in reserve funds, at that time there would need to be an article.
You have to have a special article in order to earmark those funds.
Those reserve funds have been spent for what they was put into the reserve for. They do not have to go through the state.
No.
But you can't turn around and use it for something else.
You are right.
Yes, in the back.
Well, I'm just responding to the comment about calling the auditor, which I was told once before, if you have questions, call the auditor. They will not give anybody information if you're not on a town, if you're not in the town office, they will not give you information. So telling people to call them is kind of a waste, it's not correct, because I did it. And I was told, no, we can't tell you anything if you're not in the town office. So it would be nice not to tell people to do that in the future.
Thank you for the information. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Hearing no other discussion, we have a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise $441,565 to pay the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $267,827 are to be raised in taxes. Hearing no further discussion, a yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you. Moving on to Article VIII. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $921,552 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $782,956 is to be raised in taxes. It's pages 12 through 14. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second? Chris? Yes? Discussion? Yes, sir? Yes? Yep. You want a microphone, or you're good? Yeah, you're pretty loud. You're good. Yeah. Yes.
It's quite a big increase from our normal rate of what we're paying for the highway department. There's, I believe, substantial amount, there's about $125,000 that is listed as separate items in the highway budget that are really for the Stone Arch Bridge. They're not broken out for that. That is to cover paving after the surface is constructed, for the approachways. I believe also crushed rock for the fill, and also for the yet-to-be-designed parapet and railing. I don't think that's, I think that should be brought out, that is in there, and really should be grouped together with the Stone Arch Bridge, not buried in the general highway department budget.
Oh, there you are. You want to speak? Wait, you can't yet. Do you want to?
No, I mean, I totally agree with that.
You're not supposed to speak. He's not. So this is Jeremy. He is our new road foreman, so everybody can say hi. Fortunately or unfortunately, he does not live in town, so he's not allowed to speak unless we suspend the rules and allow him to respond to questions. If there's no objection, do we want him? Yeah, if there's no objection, do we want to allow him to speak? Good, okay. Hearing no objection, Jeremy's allowed to talk. Sorry, not to cut you off. Want a microphone?
No, let's get that. What are you speaking of crushed gravel? Is that the crushed line item, or is it part of the Stone Arch Bridge? Because all that's supposed to be included in that Stone Arch Bridge project.
You want, here, come here. Sorry. Mic up.
Can you clarify the crushed rock aspect of that, please, for me?
I believe that was sort of the fill to go infill of the bridge. I thought that's what, I think it's called jaw crush or whatever, and also...
The jaw crushing is a whole separate line thing. It has nothing to do with the Stone Arch Bridge.
Well, let me just back up then. Can you tell us exactly what it covers, the Stone Arch Bridge that is in the highway department budget?
The pavement after it's complete. We have to cover drainage and parapets.
Where is that listed?
Every year there's a paving line item, and we factor that into the budget this year, the paving line item.
Contract retreatment, I believe it's under.
And then under special projects would be the drainage and the railings.
Thank you. Contract retreatment is on page 13. And I can't find the other one right now. Any other
Do the items that you just mentioned total 125,000 roughly?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No. Sorry, you have to understand that there was no crossover between me and the previous, so I'm kind of coming into this blind and being new to the area and, not being a big part of the town. I'm still learning as we go, so I may not have all the questions. I'm still trying to figure this out.
So Jeremy went through and did a budget for the highway department that is different than the way that Steve did it. So that's why some of the numbers are different. But in terms of the Stone Arch Bridge, it's the $50,000 for paving includes the Stone Arch Bridge, but would not take up the whole $50,000. We also saved some for another stretch of the road on Route 35.
Yes.
It would be $20,000 for the railings and $16,000 for the drainage system.
Could you total what that is?
Well, we can't really total the paving because we don't have a paving bid and we don't know what those costs are, but we do know it's 36 for 2 of the 3 items, and it's a guess on the paving because we don't know what the cost is yet this year.
And the parapets and railings is not included in that?
Parapets and railings is $20,000 and the drainage system is $16,000.
More comments? Yes.
Is there an easy way to convey to the public the total amount of money that the taxpayers will be paying for the restoration of the Stone Arch Bridge, helping the restoration? If the $50,000 is disappeared specifically for the Stone Arch Bridge, it sounds as if the paving, the drainage, the parapets, and the railing are all additional costs. Is there a way to express to us the total sum of taxpayer money that's going to
I don't know. You want to?
I can take a shot at it. The taxpayers, and Charlie, if he's still here, can help with this. In your previous budgets, you have raised in taxes, so the taxpayer's liability was about $288,000. That has already been raised through taxpayer money. In this budget, it is $20,000 of taxpayer money for the railings. It is $16,000 of taxpayer money for the drainage system of the bridge. And in the paving budget, there is, it's been factored in that the town is responsible for paving the bridge because it's a town-owned road. We don't think it's going to be $50,000. We think that it's going to come in under that, but we don't have a quote yet because I'm not sure what they're called, aren't open yet. Yeah. So that could be 20,000 for paving. We don't know. Yeah. But it's not going to. We don't anticipate it being 50,000, which is the paving line item.
Yes, Nick.
So I just want to draw attention that the current budget is around $172,000 increase for the taxpayer burden, but in the treasurer's report we see that there's $182,000 surplus, but that doesn't appear anywhere in the budget. I know we kind of talked about it earlier for the general fund, so what is the plan for using those surplus funds, or is it just kind of raise the 172 and the 182 sits back for the rainy day?
After the auditor does his work and puts the books to bed, we will get a sum that we should keep in reserve, and then whatever's left from that is used to offset taxes. Now that's where that, if you look at your book under this line or this article number, the total raise is $921,552, but because there was a surplus It's 782,956. So, did that answer what you wanted?
So the surplus adds to the tax rate, the total.
No, it takes away from it. Once you have the fixed number, and then whatever the auditors tell us that we should pull in reserve, keep in reserve, that's what's kept in reserve, and then the remainder goes to offsetting the cost.
Yeah, well, that's my question. What is being kept in reserve? What is the plan for that?
Do we have that number? What was kept in reserve? And what's kept in the reserve account?
I don't think we don't have a highway surplus this year.
All right, I don't have that answer for you.
And if you're talking about the general fund, we've already moved on.
Right, except that when we actually did the numbers, and Elaine can help us, we didn't find that the highway budget was much, the actual expenses this year turned out to be much more than we anticipated, and that's why we were not counting on a surplus. There was some necessary spending that happened unforeseen this year.
Other discussion on the highway budget? Yep, go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to change it to read appropriate $796,552 to pay for running expenses and liabilities of maintaining town roads, of which $657,956 to be raised by taxes.
Okay, can you repeat those numbers?
$796,552 to pay for running expenses, to be raised by taxes, $657,956. About $125,000 less.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a second. So let's now discuss the amendment. The amendment, yes?
I'm wondering the very those numbers, why those...
Wait. Let me repeat first, and then we'll have discussion, yes. So there's an amendment on the floor to change the numbers to read, to see if the town will appropriate $796,552 to pay the running expenses and liabilities maintaining the town roads, of which $657,956 is raised in taxes. That is the amendment. That is what we'll discuss right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm wondering where you got those numbers, and are you taking into account inflation and the rising number of weather crises happening in the area?
Did you hear the statement? Yes, in the back? Yes, so she at here. Here's it.
Hey.
Haley. Hi. I'm wondering if your numbers are taking into account inflation of everything, and particularly road materials, and also the rising number of weather crises. I'm just wondering why you're adjusting the numbers.
I was looking at the amount of increase in repairs, which was up substantially over past years, and the last year's actual and last year's budget. I was also looking at the amount that was included in there for the Stone Arch Bridge that was not broken out separately. And so I came up with a deduction of about $125,000 from what was originally listed in the article.
Any other discussion on the amendment? You want to say? I don't know.
Yeah, we had a lot of unforeseen equipment repairs this spring or this fall. So there was money spent that wasn't allocated last budget season. So we're still trying to make up for that. As far as the Stone Arch Bridge goes, I mean, like I said, I wasn't a part of the original planning, so I'm still trying to catch up to that. But money has been allocated to get the project finished so that it's all done and gone, and we don't have to worry about it in years to come. So.
Okay, yes, Connie?
The only thing I'd like to address about the issue of repairs Again, this is Jeremy's first budget that he's put together. And what we noticed when he was putting together the budget was previous highway budgets did not really budget for the maintenance of the equipment. And in our opinion, the highway budget was, unrealistically low, because if you look at the actuals every year, it comes in much higher, because in fact you do have to maintain your equipment, or you pay on the other side when you have to repair it. So it is true that there is a much higher number under the maintenance of equipment, because in previous years there was virtually no money allotted for that. So that is one of the big differences in the highway budget. If I can just give another couple examples. We now have a full road crew. Last year, we did not have a full road crew. This budget accounts for a full staff in the highway budget at a much higher rate of pay, because last year it was decided to give high rates of pay raises. So the road crew's pay went up significantly in fiscal year 24. So this budget has a higher wage. You'll see that in there. And then the third area is healthcare costs. Because we have a full crew and a number of them have family coverage, our healthcare cost has gone up in the highway budget significantly as a result.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yeah, we're still talking about the amendment. Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we have amendment before us to change, how do I describe this? To change the numbers. So I'll read it because we'll take a vote. No other discussion. So there's an amendment before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $796,552 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $657,956 is to be raised by taxes. A yes vote passes the amendment, and then that becomes the main motion. A no vote defeats this, and then we move back to the previous numbers. Does everybody understand? Yes vote approves these numbers, a no vote defeats these numbers, and then we go back to the main motion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. So now we're back to the original main motion with the original numbers that are in the town report. Further discussion? Hearing no other discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $921,552 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $782,956 is to be raised in taxes. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Thank you very much for the information. Article 9. To see if the town will vote to raise $63,473 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. Now that's page 31. So moved. Second. Got it? Got it? Good. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the library budget, please. Yes.
I think we should double the amount that goes to the library.
I think we should double the amount that goes to the library. Is that a motion? Is that an amendment? Or just a comment?
It's an editorial.
It's an editorial. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $63,473 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise $13,000 by taxation to increase the librarian's hours by 8 hours per week. Mary?
Who seconded? Kate.
Good. First, motion made and seconded. We will now have discussion. Yes, in the back.
Does this mean that the library is going to change their hours? I'm assuming not just have the librarian there longer.
Okay, that's a good question. Library going to change their hours? What's the... You want to come up front, Marilee? There might be more questions after this.
Hi, folks. I'm Marilee Attlee. I'm the chair of the library trustees. Basically, what we've been trying to do, I actually can talk, sorry. I'll make that happen. In the last year or so, we've been going around to people and asking them, you know, what sort of town do you want to live in? What are your aspirations for our town? And time again, besides getting a pizza place, people said to us, we want things to do. And so the library has been working really hard on having that happen. And unfortunately, that has all fallen on the shoulders of our wonderful librarian, Karen LaRue. It takes a lot of time. In addition to all her regular stuff, she needed to try to plan events, bring in guest speakers, organize painting parties, game nights. So for the last about a year, we have been using donated library funds to pay for those extra hours. And it's not really sustainable for us to keep doing that forever and ever, and that's why we've come to you. It is very much our hope that these extra hours will make it possible for us to have the library open more. Although I confess right now we don't have that. We haven't specified hours or anything like that, but we are really hoping that will be at least one of the manifestations of this increase. Thank you.
Yep, further discussion? Hang on, if there's any more questions. Haley?
Yes, Ellie.
The total librarian hours now and then.
24, but 32 with extra.
20, okay. Any other questions before you go?
What would the total salary be?
With
The question is, what would the total salary be?
I'm afraid I don't have the exact number right here. I do have it at home, but that $12,000 includes FICA, other benefits and all that stuff. And that's why that's the thing.
Break fund is 49. Break fund is saying
49.
Okay.
Okay, any other further discussion? Yeah, oh, there you are.
Warren, if you increase the librarian's wages, does that put her into a different category for now medical health and everything else that goes with it, or where are we going there?
Well, at this point, she does not get medical health through our town. Through stuff, so that is not part of the...
But if you increase her time or her wages, will that then bump her into the unforeseen costs of medical and dental and everything else as being a town employee? Will that now increase your number? Unforeseen?
Well, I'm sure that I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. So if she doesn't currently get insurance through our town because she gets it through another avenue, so you're saying, will she be eligible for more if that? True. I think she's already met the full-time threshold with the 32. So
I'm just making sure time and wages, and then now you've got another accrued expense on top. Kind of falls into last year not paying attention to the raising of everybody's rates when all somebody wanted to do was raise the hourly rate for the workers, for the laborers. So I think Sherwood, kind of attested to that last year. So now we see all the overrun in all of the wages of every town employee. Boom. So that's a reality check. I just wanted to ask that. Yep.
Okay. More answer. Hang on. Sherwood? Hang on. Yep.
If she's not collecting med benefits, the only thing that would be raised is
the portion that we send to the Beamer's retirement. It'll be based on her hours per week.
It sounds like she's eligible. She is. I just want to make sure that I didn't know that information. Not sure if everybody else did. So now we're not going to be blindsided by, oh, now she's 40 hours a week. We got to give her medical, and there's another 20, 30,000, you know, on top of adding her hours to her wage. That's all. You answered my question. Thank you.
Although, from what I understand, it could be added if she decided to ask for it. Right, she's eligible. Right, luckily she has other avenues for health insurance. Yeah, wait, hang on. No, in the back. Wait, there's somebody up here. No? Okay.
The multi one? I was just wondering, I was under the impression when the questionnaire went out that there was a request to the library and the people were trying to figure out how to utilize this request. So why couldn't that be used in part for this rather than taxpayers having to do it?
It absolutely has been. That's what we've been spending for the last 18 months or so on her salary, donated funds, bequest funds.
The trouble with that is that it's finite. It's going to end, you know, if we spend $10,000 or $12,000 a year in 10 years, our money's gone. And so if we want to do other things, make improvements to the library, do bigger things here in town, we're going to need some of those donated funds. And that's why we decided to come and ask you if you'd be willing to give us the money for the extra hours. Yes, sir.
My understanding of this whole article is that we're just giving you an extra $13,000 to possibly expand the hours of the library. It doesn't mean it's all going to salary even. It's also could be for supplies and other materials, the way I interpret this. Am I not correct or am I wrong?
It's an estimation on our part.
Increase library hours by 8 hours per week. Nothing about.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm getting rattled, but really, what we're trying to do is get money for our librarian to put in those additional hours. That $12,000 includes FICA and a few other things, but it is a request for a salary.
Any other discussion?
Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Okay, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $13,000 by taxation to increase the librarian hours by 8 hours per week. And yes, so there's two parts of every motion, right? So to see if the town will raise $13,000, that can be amended generally. Monies can be amended, but you can't change the increase the library hours to pave the library parking lot. That would be ruled out of order. Okay, so it is to increase the librarian hours by 8 hours per week. That's what this money's for. So we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $13,000 by taxation to increase the librarian hours by 8 hours per week. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Moving on to Article 11. To see if the town will raise $2,100 by taxation for the Old Cemetery Fund. Old Cemetery Fund's on page 17. Is there a second? I need a motion and a second first. Irv, you got your hand up. You're talking or you're making a motion? Thank you. Irv. Second, Craig. Okay. Discussion. Old Cemetery Fund. We can tell a joke? No? Okay. We have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $2,100 by taxation for the Old Cemetery Fund. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Leave the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise $2,143. Thank you. $21,000 the comma, right, comma, $21,243 by taxation for the support services as recommended by Social Service Committee. It's on pages 19 and 20. And you say it takes a community for me to get through this. Say the right numbers. Motion. Who said it?
Yeah.
You got it?
No, Chris moved.
I saw Chris's hand, but she was for the second. You want to move it? Second?
I'll second it.
There you go. Okay, good. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Can I ask who was on the Social Service Committee that made this recommendation?
Absolutely. I have a few names, but please, yep, go right ahead. Wait, come over here and... Chris Barbara? Kathy. Chris Barbara and Kathy. They're our screening committee. Any more discussion? Hearing, yes, in the back.
I'm a little confused. Are you going to vote on this everything or
Yes.
just itemize it?
Yes. We vote on the whole budget. We vote on the 20. If you flip the page, I think it'll say the total on the bottom, and that's what we're voting on.
I would like to amend it. I'd like to present something on this particular.
What is the
I
document?
have a discussion about it.
Oh, discussion. Yeah, discussion.
Can I come up there?
Yeah. You have a ribbon? Are you a town member?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I put it back.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Well, let's see.
That's okay. Hi, my name's Alicia. I usually like to look over the finances of what people are asking. And being that we're in a pretty, how's this? Pretty tight financial situation, I would say, in the whole country. I was wondering why Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation is asking so much money over everybody else. They're over $1,000 of the VNA and hospice. I decided to look into it. I even drew up the taxes that they paid and the money that they give out, and even the umbrellas that they're under, because it is a profit and nonprofit. And I even went to their website, and what I feel like is I'd like to know where the money's going. It's not really pinpointing where it's going. A lot of it actually goes to, which is good, affordable housing, but when you look at that, who's paying for it, who's getting the tax credits for it, and it's a whole umbrella of corporations that are not even in the state. And what's happening with and this is through this organization, and I don't know if anybody knows of the Alice Hallway, I guess, development for housing in Putney. That's been under litigation for I don't know how many years. It's been costing taxpayers $1.4 million in just litigation. They're not even going through. And I just don't see why we should give this much money. If we want to give less, that's fine. That's about all I could say. Give it to somebody else on here where the need is even stronger. That's it. That's all I have to say.
There's a screening, wait, okay, we may want to make an amendment, but does the screening committee want to respond first? Yeah, we only have one microphone.
This has come up before, and last couple years we actually had it on the article as separate because they're not technically a social, there was question as to whether a social service. They do provide a lot of services to the high school in doing workplace preparation for students and providing a lot of support around that area. And we decided, or the select board suggested we, not keep it separate anymore. Just make it part of the whole thing. But they, I believe, they based their requests on the number of services that they provide in the community. And maybe someone could Chris, do you want to say any more about it? Yeah. So it's it's been tossed around several times, and last mainly especially last year we got a lot of very positive feedback from the high school about what they're providing for kids. So that's.
Okay, did somebody want to make an yes?
No, not an amendment. I just wanted to make a comment.
Comment away. I didn't know. Just wanted to guide me.
I think there's been some confusion also this past year when we saw some record low temperatures last year and during the flooding of how our town is able to utilize any of these services. I know that that might possibly be on the side of disaster management or whatever, but we did have some situations where residents were being evacuated at the time of flooding and things like that. And we had, at least I had no idea where to send this person, what resource to give them. We had floated an idea of compiling information, having it available at the library, and I do think there are pockets of resources at Town Hall or at the library, but I'm seeing like Red Cross, which I think it's great to give them money, and I hope that we get some support, but when I called them, it wasn't clear how to utilize that in our town during these disasters, and so I was left in a position as a select board member asked how to do that, and I had no answer. So I was wondering, I mean, I see a lot of things on this list that are moving parts of our community that are resources we can utilize, but I'm also just wondering how we can better interpret all of these resources so that it actually works for our community.
Does that mean you support the continued funding? Oh, that's incorporated.
I support the funding. I support the budget of the Social Services Committee, yes, but I'm just wondering how these social services, a lot of them I haven't seen how we benefit from the support that we're giving them. When I don't have a resource to give to someone in crisis, I don't know how to interpret that.
I thought you were responding to...
No, this was a separate comment. Sorry, I should have specified that.
It's a free-for-all. Good. Does somebody want to respond to that?
I will.
Yeah.
The committee serves at the pleasure of the select board. And if you would like that information, we generally call at least half of these people every year. If you want that information, we could easily provide you a list of, if this happens, call these guys, and these guys. Is that what you want?
That's what I was looking for, and I mean, I got a lot of great leads, and I got a lot of help from Town Hall and from the library and things like that, and I looked at the prior town report. I was just, I think that it's hard, if you're in the middle of a crisis, you might not have your town report on hand in order to say, oh, I can call this phone number when there's flooding and I can't stay at my house. That's all I'm saying. So I think I would be happy to help create the list and distribute it, yes.
Okay, some of that stuff is actually the emergency management coordinator job. So that's more, which I think we definitely need to relook at in the town, but it's not necessarily from the social services for those
Somebody from the West River Education District would like to make a few comments.
I swore I would keep my mouth shut. I'm Joe Winrick. I'm on the board of the West River Education District, and I'm speaking about the BDCC money requested. Just letting you know of the value of some of the programs that they provide for the high school students especially. They have a program called Pipelines and Pathways that lets kids explore alternative pathways to, sustaining themselves other than college. They ran last year a very successful career day where they had something north of 20 employers in one place, and they took the entire, I believe it was the sophomore class, it could have been the junior class, but they took an entire class of kids and said, here are potential employers, here are potential career fields, here are things that you can do in the real world, which is something those kids talk to a high school kid. They don't have, well, that's a valuable tool for them. They do run some other programs that are smaller, but that's the one that seems to have the most impact for our students. And, the funding formula is essentially $3 a head for every resident of Townsend. And we got that value 10 times for simply what they gave the high school in addition to the other programs that run. So I would support continuing that contribution. Thanks.
I'm Rick Hagee. And while I know what the organization has been doing for the school, the one thing I want to point out is you pay school taxes and you pay municipal taxes. And the question is, why should the municipality tax you for that service when the school could do it? So I'm big about keeping things separate. And I'm not really sure I'm not sure the town should be subsidizing this when I'm sure some kind of arrangement could be made with the school.
Further discussion?
I would just as a sidebar for Katie, we have an emergency management plan, and there should be a first-tier list of people to call and a second-tier list in an emergency as to who might respond on sort of a mutual basis of helping each other out. If there's flooding, if there's a nice storm, people need housing, that kind of thing, then there should be basically a laundry list, I'm sure there is, in the plan itself that allows first responders to have access to aid and help. And these groups can be incorporated into that if indeed they are in that first, second, or third tier.
So he's commenting on the fact that we need a list for emergency management services on where to call.
Yeah, yes.
Any further discussion? Yes.
Maybe we can put that list in our newsletter.
Yeah, I'll put this in the newsletter. Because a lot of the information on that list is private phone numbers, private information. And I've spent the better part of 3 years trying to get people to trust that that kind of thing isn't going to happen. So it isn't going to happen. I have public phone numbers that are available that could be published at any point, but the private ones don't get that way.
Yes.
I want that newsletter approved. You may see some in my writing. I'll do my best to figure out what additional public numbers can be included in the newsletter.
Okay. You hear that? The newsletter people will work on getting as much legal information that should be out. Yes.
I do have contact information for a lot of these organizations.
If anybody would like any contact information for these organizations, Kathy has it. The screening social services screening committee has those. Any other further discussion? Hearing no discussion, we have a motion before us. The motion is to see if the town will vote to raise $21,243 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the Social Services Committee. No further discussion. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. There's 3 slashes. So it's 13. To see if the town will vote to raise $200,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the purchase of new highway department equipment. Page 15 is where I see it, and I'll entertain a motion first.
So moved.
So moved. Sally? Me? And Sherwood seconded it. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We can now discuss. Yes, sir. Oh, Eamon's gonna. Well, you're not supposed to read stuff, but.
Thank you. I didn't write this, but I strongly agree with it. The town reports give evidence of the extensive efforts of the select board to keep our taxes low in a time of freaky storms, high inflation, whatever reserve fund, high inflation. Without the reserve funds requested this year, warning, total expenses are very close to last year's total expenses. Thank you, Select Board, for your valued efforts. However, 21% of the money being requested for 2025, $300,000, is for reserve accounts for future costs of repairs and equipment. See Article 8, 9, 15 of last year's June 20th to 30, the town holding over $1,300,000 in reserve funds for other future projects. See page 15 of this report. The town has the ability to borrow funds when needed to purchase equipment and make repairs at very low rates, about 4%. We, the taxpayers, are paying personal mortgages and loans at much greater rates, often 6 to 20%. It would seem to make sense to us to provide our ability to pay our personal bills and the utility utilize the town's access to low rates when we decide to buy an item in the future, rather than rebuilding reserve funds for an item today. This could reduce our 2005 taxes by $300,000 or 21%. An additional thought for the senior citizens of the town is that some of these purchases are slated for many years in the future. We will not all be here to get to use what we are paying. Thank you.
Okay. Discussion is the response. Does Jeremy going to want to speak for this one? Not yet, or yes? Not yet. Okay. I'll suspend the rules if he needs to.
Okay, I'm not quite sure where the $1,300,000 is coming from. My guess is, what's that?
It's on. You just have to hold it closer.
I'm not sure. Okay.
Try again. Is that off? Where's it coming from if everything's off? Now it's off. Oh, you turned it down? Okay, try that. Here we go. There you go. Okay. Try again. Okay. And the one you like. That's off. That's on. All right. Off. Does it work? No. I think it doesn't like where I'm sitting. Okay, can you hear me? All right, can you hear me? Yes. All right, I'm not sure where he's coming up with this $1,300,000.
Just turn the damn thing off.
They are off.
No, the speaker.
You can turn the speaker off and then you can hear anybody. Not the speaker.
What's this?
Okay, now try it. You have no idea where it's coming from. Everything's off.
The jet meters, buddy?
It's coming from above? Yeah. Where are those speakers at? Sorry. Sorry.
So go turn it off. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. Here's another one. It's off. We have two systems going on. One is the one that's built in, and one is the one we're using, and that's the built-in one.
So why can't you just turn it off?
I hope they're going to do that.
No, they're not. Hold the plug of the damn thing. Somebody's got a gun to shoot us in.
Idea? Turn that system on. Speaker? Let's roll. Let's roll? Okay, that's okay with me. Everything's off. You're trying to figure out what's on. There's nothing on. They just turned the power off to the whole building. Testing. Okay, this one's back on. You want me to talk over? I can make it stop. It's not my house. Okay, we have. Can we try to continue with the meeting? Can we try to continue with the meeting? We're unable to figure it out. They turned the power off. This? We just had it off. I just turned it back on. I would really hate to have to reschedule town meeting. Can we turn the heating system off? There we go. At least the heating system's off. Okay. We're not. What would you like to do? Here's the options. We can cancel town meeting and adjourn it to a specific time and date. I think that would be incredibly difficult to pull off. But
How about an intermission?
we could definitely take a recess.
15 minutes.
Yeah, then we could definitely take a recess. Is that what you would like? Can you figure this out? Okay, there's a motion on the floor to take a recess. We're going to recess until this is fixed. That won't work. Let's recess till 1 o'clock to try to figure out what's going on with the sound system. All those in favor of recess till 1 o'clock? Opposed? Reset. We are now in recess till 1 o'clock. I now call the Townshend 2024 town meeting back into session. It is 1 o'clock. We apologize for the sound, and we figured it out. Thank you to the First Constable. Please leave donations to the First Constable Fund at the door on your way out. I'm just joking. It was, I don't know if everybody saw, it was actually a megaphone that by accident got turned on in a bag over there that is here for the students for some reason, and somehow it was affecting the system. So it had nothing to do with our microphones or anything. That megaphone has now been dispatched. Okay, so where we left off, we have a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise $200,000 by taxation held in a reserve account for the purchase of a new highway department equipment. A statement was then made that basically said that I was asked to repeat it because it's been, we had the recess. 21% of the money being requested for 2025 or $300,000 is for reserve accounts for future cost of repairs and equipment. Articles 8, 14, and 15. As of last June, the town is holding over $1.3 million in reserve funds for other future projects. See page 15. The town has ability to borrow funds at a low rate, so they're asking not why do we keep building these reserve funds other than reducing our taxes. We continue with discussion. Did you want to respond to that, Sherwood? I think that's where we were. Is it gone? I'm going to tie a knot.
Talking about reserve funds.
Yes, go.
Okay, there we go. Talking about reserve funds. They can only be used for what they were put in the books for, and nothing else. Now, one of the statements was that we had $1.3 million in reserve accounts, and that's just not the case. We have every select board meeting, we make public the treasurer's report. And the treasurer's report, when we have collected taxes and the school funds have not come in, that's when you'll see $1.3, $1.4 million. But that money is nothing that we can do anything with. It's for the general fund that pays the bills, the weekly bills, and the reserve money is for specific projects. There's the fire department truck capital fund. There's a sewer fund. There's Grace Cottage. There's the Mosley Fund. All of these things, having the term reserve, are dedicated to that only that spot. And I think Irv made a comment earlier about just what I'm saying. So this, kind of get back to where we're at. We have a highway department with some very aging equipment. Jeremy, what is it? The backhoe is in serious need of repair or replacement. Last estimate was around $44,000 for a 16 to 18-year-old piece of equipment. And it's not taken out when it's nice and sunny most of the time. It's taken out when the worst weather conditions there are. The other thing to consider with this, if we put this money into a capital equipment fund, when purchases come up, we can just make the purchase and move that along so that we can get the equipment as soon as possible. We bought a truck 2 years ago. It was $189,000 for that dump truck. It took from town meeting until August for that truck to become available to us, and then a couple of months after that. So, I mean, these things are just not sitting on the lot for what we need. By investing in this fund, it will allow the highway department, the town, to get stuff quicker, cheaper, and make it what we need.
Yes, further discussion. Yes.
Question for the Select Board. Elizabeth Martin. Why doesn't the town of Townsend rent their equipment instead of buying or repairing equipment?
Why doesn't Town of Townsend rent equipment rather than buy equipment?
Very good question. We've bought the equipment that we have back as far as I've been doing this and back to the first when I started with emergency management. That has never been brought up, and it may be time to discuss that.
Yes, sir. Wait, oh, in the back was first. Wait, go ahead, in the back.
I think the issue with the reserve fund is definitely the fact that the town can borrow money much less expensively than we can, because they have the power to tax and we don't, and the banks appreciate that. And so that means many of us borrowing money today to take care of our mortgages and our loan payments, autos and things like that, at rates much higher than the 2 to 4% the town pays. So we're dealing with 6, 8, 10, 20% today to fund a balance that goes into the town for maybe used in 5 years, maybe used in 10 years, we don't know. But it's costing more today to put that money away for the taxpayers than we should have to pay. Taking advantage of the town's ability to borrow. May I ask you, what rates are you paying today on loans?
We only have one outstanding loan, and that is for the town garage. And that, Elaine, what's that costing us? 4%.
We owe 260, 220.
Into what?
We owe 260, 220 for the principal and 40 for the interest.
We owe 260 total, 220 on the
260,000 total.
total, 260,000 total.
220,000 is for principal.
220,000 is the principal that's left.
40,000 is for interest.
40 is for the interest.
And it will be paid off in November of 2029.
2029, the town garage will be paid off.
But 4% is 4%, and that's much cheaper than what your tax-paying public is facing.
My question would be, how much debt do you want to carry?
Only as much as we need to buy the stuff we have to have.
Okay, but that debt is stretched out to get those rates, if I'm not mistaken, 6 years. So unless you've got really good luck with the equipment, the piece of equipment is not going to be any good at the end of that 6 years, that you'll still be paying for it. I'm not arguing with you. We have two different points of view, and that's fine. It's something to talk about when we start looking at having to replace this piece of equipment. Both Mrs. Martin or Ms. Martin's idea of leasing and this certainly can be put in the mix. I hear you. Thank you.
Eamon, did you wait? I thought you're good? Okay. And then back and then up front. Hang on.
I understand the idea of borrowing the money. The problem is the select board have to wait for town meetings or special town meetings to go and ask us for money to borrow. And I can tell you right now, I can see prices of trucks, graders, loaders, even our fire truck, price changed 6 times before we could actually probably get the final done. And for us to move the government like that, doesn't move that fast. We can't move that fast to borrow. It's nice to have some reserves so they can at least start the process, but they still ultimately have to come back to get that price for that rig or that money to pay for that stuff at some point. And you can sit there and say, okay, I ordered a truck today, and hopefully the taxpayers are going to borrow it. We borrow money, and we end up, hey, come back, it's time to get it 2 or 3 years later, because that's where some of these line items are. The votes change. People say, oh no, I ain't giving you $50,000 or $60,000 to cover that. Then how do you borrow? They can't only borrow what we authorize them to borrow. So if you want to give them an open check to go borrow a certain amount of money, then we need to authorize that. Otherwise, that to me is what I feel is the financial barrier of not having general fund monies or having funds set up for certain purchases for the future. And I understand that. I heard that 10 years ago at my first town meeting here. We had the same argument about it's cheaper for the town to borrow money than it is to create funds. The other problem, having these funds and stuff when they have a disaster, they're able to borrow money against those funds for that short-term emergency too. That would cover some of that. It's the revenues, it's the, if I'm wrong, show me that I'm wrong, but it allows a lot of these towns around us have reserve funds, so when they have a disaster, they're able to borrow against it and to get anticipation of reimbursements. So I'm not for it or against it. I just feel you need to understand that how a lot of this workings works, and a lot of people don't see all the steps. I've been into their shoes before, so I'm going to leave it there, and I can understand someone.
Andy. You want my, you're good? You're loud.
Whatever. $200,000 given our town budget is a big number. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And I've heard that Sherwood said that you can only spend reserve funds for what's designated, what they're designated for. Well, that part is true. This is for equipment, which is a very broad category. So whether it is to buy a new backhoe, buy an excavator, buy another dump truck, that may matter to the people that are sitting here. I remember when we bought the last dump truck, we had a great debate in town meeting about whether we were going to get a single axle or a double axle, tandem. And there was definitely some difference of opinion what was best for the town. But as town folks coming together at town meeting, we had a great debate on it. And I believe that as a community, there was buy-in that that was something that the town needed. It wasn't something that just happened. They had to input into it. And if we're going to spend $200,000 on equipment, I would like this body to be able to have input into whether it is a new backhoe, an excavator, or a dump truck. And yes, that does mean that there needs to be some planning done in advance. Any business or operating is looking at their capital budget more than just 1 year out. And so, yes, you have to be thinking ahead as to which equipment's getting older, when are we going to change our strategy? Are we going to go to an excavator, get a trailer to haul it, we're going to get a wheeled excavator? Those are all things that I think we want to be aware of and have input into. We'll listen to the highway foreman, we'll listen to the select board, and certainly have a healthy debate. But it's this body that's debating it and deciding how those funds get used. So for that reason, I think we should make purchases specifically and authorize them as much as we can on specific purchases, not a blanket $200,000 reserve. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I agree, and I'd add to that. We have a warning that says let the selectmen borrow money when they need to in anticipation of the taxes. We could also have a warning that said let the selectmen, when they need to, borrow for equipment in order to pay for it. So that we have an authorization for the equipment. Now, that didn't give us a chance to say what you bought, but it's no more broad than what we have right now. It's a fund that will buy anything from walkie-talkies to dump trucks.
There's one other thing that we can add to this discussion. There are contracts that the state makes available to towns in certain things, not everything, but buying on the state bid or the state contract sometimes can be beneficial in the amount of money that we're either paying in cash or we decide to, float on a loan. Jeremy, do you have anything to go with this?
We would like to suspend the rules if there's no objection and allow the town highway foreman to speak. No objection? Hearing no objection, you're up, Jeremy.
Yeah, our equipment is getting older. We are at a point where, the state's requiring us to do more and more storm water mitigation, and we don't have the right equipment when we need it, and that's not going to happen. And with these freak storms, the damage is going to continue to be worse and worse every time. So my hope is to try to mitigate some of that by doing a lot of projects and try to prevent damage. So I have, the two pieces of critical summer equipment are in dire need of replacement, and that's why we're trying.
What are those two pieces? Just
the backhoe and the grader.
The backhoe and the grader.
That's why we're trying to put some money aside so we can take care of that before it's too late and we have a major malfunction. So.
How much do they cost?
Well, a new grader is roughly $3 1/4. A new excavator, my plan was to hopefully get a new excavator and move a backhoe, keep the one we have. Roughly 150 to 160,000 and 30,000 for a new trailer to go with that. So, it's not just those two pieces of equipment. We have some smaller stuff that needs to be replaced, like our yard brake and our chipper, so that we can start taking care of some of these trees that are getting overgrown and, make sure our roads are in good shape for people.
Jeremy, I don't understand why it doesn't make sense to buy the two pieces of equipment that you need now, to borrow the excess money that these two pieces of equipment are going to cost over the reserve that we have, because last time I checked, prices don't go down. And if we keep saving for this, we could have bought it at a much less price right now than we could 5 years from now.
No, I agree with you, but that's a big hit. That's probably more of a select board question, though.
Well, I'm asking you if it isn't a good idea for you to have this equipment for the town highway department now rather than 5 years from now.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I'd replace everything that needs to be replaced, but I'm trying to do this so it's not such a big hit. now, I mean, it's something that can be discussed if people are willing to do that. Again, I think that's more of a select board issue as far as funds go.
We have a motion on the floor, and we're not debating on whether or not to buy things now and whether or not to. No, it's okay. It's a good question. I'm just saying that we're going to either vote up or down on this unless it's amended, but we can't amend it very much. Okay, for what you want. You wanted to say something, Rob? Rob, is it? Robert, sorry.
I'm curious how this might limit the town in applying for grants, because I understand that a lot of grants are reimbursed. So if we don't have the cash on hand, would this limit us for applying for some grants?
You mean not having the equipment?
For not having the equipment, or not having the surplus, the funds in order to apply for a grant.
The question is, to apply for a grant, generally you need the funds, some funds, before you receive the grant. And so without funds, can we continue to get grants?
With or without the grant? How does that affect grant money?
I'm not positive that there are equipment grants out there, but
okay.
We're not positive there's even equipment grants out there.
But this is specifically.
It may hinder his ability to do the work.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Please share it with everyone.
Speak up, please.
Sorry, I guess I'm just figuring out the process for applying for grants. It sounds like there are not grants available for equipment specifically. There are grants for projects. So in this particular discussion, it would not limit us by getting rid of the surplus?
No, Sherwood. Oh, it's okay, Sherwood. We'll get over here.
The $200,000. The reserve, pardon me, for equipment in the future.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, Sherwood pretty much summed it up.
Okay, go, Sherwood, go, and then I'll get back to here.
Your point about having the equipment here and now is a very good one. If you vote to appropriate that money, he can order it next week. It would still be, mid to late. Actually, he couldn't order it next week because he'd have to wait until the 1st of July before he had the money. But that equipment would be headed this way. But you're talking about adding $160,000 to $200,000 to the budget today, now. If we put it in a reserve, it gives us the ability to be a little more flexible. Well, Jeremy, I'm not saying what the reserve, it's the capital plan, capital fund. And it sits there, or if we've got an emergency that we need a piece of equipment, tomorrow, we can go get it with some input. Because people have asked for
equipment new, or have you considered purchasing an auction used?
Usually when you're talking about that kind of stuff, you're buying other people's problems. They beat them to death and then put a coat of paint on them and stick them out to auction.
Yes. No, wait, I think behind you, he's been waiting. Hang on, sorry, it
sounds to me like the biggest...
Remember, you're talking to the assembly.
It sounds to me like the biggest nut that you have in your equipment issues is the grader.
Grader in the back, oh yes.
What are the repair costs estimated?
What are the repair costs estimated for the grader and the backhoe? Just the grader.
I have not had an estimate on that.
Estimate not done yet. I'm trying to...
That's $325,000.
Correct. There are lease programs that I'm looking.
Lease programs he's looking into. I'm trying to repeat it because people can't hear you. You gotta... That's who it's for.
It's also on television, so...
Speak up, Jeff.
There are lease programs I'm looking into as far as the grader is concerned, but our biggest concern right now is the backhoe because
You know, like I said, there's a lot of culverts in town that need to be replaced, and that's the piece of equipment I use. The one we have now is very, very worn out, to say the least. And the repair quote on that was between $45,000 and $50,000. That's without even getting into it to see what is actually needed to be replaced. So, you know, you could spend up to 60 to 70, and you can go and buy another piece of equipment for 150 to 160 that'll last you. You know, an excavator should, in theory, be a 15 to 20-year piece of equipment, you know, maintained properly. And then the graders, you know, one of those things that, again, it could last you 10 to 15 years, properly maintained. I know other towns have all their equipment on a schedule. Their dump trucks go every 7 years. They still hold value, they get good trade value. Their heavy equipment is on a 10 to 12-year plan. So, you know, rather than try to run these things into the ground and not get nothing for them at the end where they start costing you a lot of money, you know, we're trying to create a schedule to cycle these things so that, you know, we're not worried about the thing breaking down in an emergency situation.
So you are looking at the repair costs of that particular item. Correct. Grader, because I've witnessed that grader in action.
Yeah, currently it has 11,000 plus hours on it, and it's getting tired. So usually, from what I've heard, 11,000 hours in that particular type of equipment is due for a motor job. So we don't know whether it's going to be that issue coming up. We're just trying to keep them going.
Okay, yes.
I just wanted some clarity. On page 15, there was double asterisk, it says town equipment fund of $5,206. Is that the same as the town highway equipment fund?
No.
Or is that a different town equipment fund?
Oh, it's different.
General fund.
But then it's been moved to the general fund. So does that mean, if that is, why isn't that staying in the highway? I just wanted to understand that clarity of that, please.
The common fund and the town equipment fund. These were accounts opened at TD Bank years ago to purchase whatever. I was not here, I don't know. Everything was paid out, but $5,760 in the common fund and $5,207 in the equipment fund. So over the years, the auditor recommended that we take this money and move it, and it technically goes into the general fund checking account, but it goes into, for the common fund, it went into a 440 account, and for the town equipment fund, it went into the 300 account for equipment. And I had to close them out because there was a dormancy fee being charged every quarter of $1, and we were getting a big whopping 84 cents interest on this money. We were losing money. So, again, 3 years, I kept bringing it to the select board's attention, close them and get them into the general fund checking account. So I finally, last year, in 23, I went to the bank, closed it, brought the money into the general fund checking account. It goes into the general fund checking account, but then when I go to post it, it goes to the 440 account, which is common, and the town equipment of 300. So the money's sitting there.
So is that 300 account highway, or is it town?
It technically isn't highway because the money, the equipment fund was for the fire department. If I went back and pulled all the records for TD, but when I put it in there, it went to the equipment fund. It's just a matter of moving it over to the 350 instead of the 300 for the fire department.
So what happened to the highway equipment fund that had money? We ended up probably spending it all, but what happened? Was the fund dissolved?
What do you mean?
It was prior to you.
Yeah, so I don't know.
There used to be a highway equipment fund.
Correct, and we bought equipment. I can go back years and show you when things were purchased.
Yeah, but according to the Vermont statute,
It was
that
only
the
used
only
for
thing that money can be used for, if it's in the reserve, is what it says right in the reserve.
And
It's
that's
equipment.
what it was
It
used
can't be put into a general fund.
Okay.
But they weren't highway
In
funds.
order for me to move money from one bank to another, I have to put it in M&T Bank.
All right, but still, it's got to be.
Once it goes into the M&T Bank account.
It's got to be shown here that it's reserved for equipment, not some bank's account.
Right, but it's in the 300, so anything.
I was just wanting clarity if that was a highway equipment or other town equipment.
It's not other category.
I just was trying to figure out what happened to the
We're
highway.
having a discussion between, well, it is
Other
the
than being all spent.
town treasurer, thank you for the explanation.
Okay.
Good,
Hopefully
thank
it
you.
explains it, I don't know.
Okay, we have a motion before us to see whether or not we'll, yep, Eamon? Yeah, wait, Eamon has his hand up too. Say it again?
That's a reserve fund, the gentleman in the rear there.
Yeah.
I left this town meeting last year pretty upset. I went home, looked at the reserve fund in the fire department, and the reserve fund in the bridge fund. $480,000, close to $500,000. And put them figures down and go, look at that, there's something's all wrong here. Them funds, instead of being in the taxpayer's pocket to pay things, earned $551. I says, that can't be right. So I went down the next morning to the treasurer, and she says, I'm sorry, even, but unfortunately, them figures, that's $500,000 for $551. Something's wrong.
That's true, that's fine.
Okay, we're voting here on we're discussing a motion to raise $200,000 for a reserve account for new highway equipment funds, new highway equipment. I think we're straying into general fund discussion, highway funds discussion, when we should be focused on whether or not we want to raise $200,000 by taxation to see whether for the highway fund. Another hand.
I hear you.
I'm sorry. Wait, Warren, go ahead.
No, it's all right. Ladies first.
Where? Oh, you said ladies first.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a joke.
That's not a joke.
Okay, is there any way that we could maybe, like, vote this down and come up with a smaller number to be raised to put into the reserve fund now?
You can amend this to a smaller number if you would like.
Okay, or say, and have it be more specific. Like, we can't have it be more specific about what that money's going to be.
No, because the townspeople came here thinking, and the townspeople did not come here thinking that it would go to a new highway department equipment reserve. We can't all of a sudden decide to purchase a new backhoe.
It's a reserve account, not a purchase.
It doesn't matter. We can't do, unless that's warned, we can't be buying anything specific. You can't amend it that way. People didn't know to come here. And if you, Warren, did you have something to say?
And then to be raised for equipment, and then the rest to be borrowed or whatever. You can't do that either.
Still can't do it. She wants to change this to borrow money and other. She's trying to fix this, but you can't. Okay, you can change the amount if you want. You can vote it down if you want, but we shouldn't be changing this to raise the funds through tax. No, you can't change this to raise the funds through taxation or change the way this is worded. You can't do that. Warren.
So, just a point of clarification, we have no outstanding loans on any town equipment trucks sitting in the garage. We don't owe a dime on anything we own.
Tandem, I guess, may have a small loan on it.
What was Eileen talking about? Or the only thing we had left with any payments was the town garage.
Oh, I think I led that. I think I led her down that. Is there a loan out?
No, so we still are paying on a loan of a tandem dump truck, and I take it maybe that's truck number 4, which doesn't have a date in the town report that's year. What year is truck number 4?
2020.
That's the tandem? Yeah. All right, it just wasn't listed. That's what I was curious about.
23,000.
Okay.
So we still have money owed on
the tandem. 2 road foremen ago, we were trying really hard to get trucks on a schedule, and I think we were. Seemed to be. I mean, we've got some pretty newer equipment. Unfortunately, between the grader and the backhoe, they have fallen to the wayside from 2 road foremen ago till now. So we're starting to get in the same blossom we were 12 years ago. So, and it's not an easy position.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moderator, you may tell me that I'm using the wrong article for this, okay? This may be something that goes to a later article. Would it be possible for the 2025 meeting to have a line item where we discuss reserve accounts in general? Because it kind of feels like some of us are talking philosophically about the idea of having a reserve account or not having a reserve account. And then there's other people who are talking about money. And then there are other people who know something about equipment who are talking about equipment. We got 3 discussions going on, and it's a 3-ring circus. So in the next town report, could we have an article where we talk about reserve accounts?
Okay. What's that? That's what I was going to say. As far as the reserve accounts, they are dedicated to a specific thing. Reserve accounts can't be changed. They're set aside whatever town meeting before or bequest, and they can't be changed. So when they are assigned to, like, reappraisal, there's a reappraisal fund. That's all that you can use it for. There's the fire department's replacing of a truck. That's all you can use it for. We're talking about right now a capital fund with this $200,000 for equipment. There's nothing that more than we have, unless we have some more reserve accounts being started, which Elaine really desperately doesn't want to have happen. But there could be some added depending on what it is we have to do. The other thing is if you have questions about these things, any of these things, this year the budget committee met 6 times. 6 times on, what was it, Mondays. From November 1st through December, 2nd week in December. And then there were 2 in-person or full select board meetings about those budgets. That's where you bring this stuff up, is during that those budget committee meetings, okay? We had all of this stuff set up, and there was only one group that came in to clarify what their position was and what they needed. And that was Planning Commission. So I guess the best I can tell you is wait for next year and see what happens. Show up at the meeting.
That's the issue, is that town meeting is, we're focused on the warning here. That's what this is all about. All this discussion is very good discussion. But before the warning is made is when this discussion should be happening so that we can vote appropriately. This is what we have today. Yes, sir. Wait, Eamon's first and then over here. Do you have a point of order? Eamon had his hand up first.
No, I was going to make a motion to move the question.
Okay, well, Eamon, I saw Eamon's hand first, so he goes, and then you're next with the move the question. Yeah.
All I'm referring to is here, it says a reserve account, not the capital account. It says a reserve account. Right. You mentioned the capital.
We're working on capital accounts. We have reserve accounts that are dedicated funds.
Okay, I thought you were trying to change this.
Okay, the question's been called. Takes a 2/3 majority to close discussion and is there a second, first of all? There is a second. Okay, do I ask if there's no objection? Are we ready for the question? Yeah, is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, hearing none, we will now take take a vote. The motion before us is to see if the town will vote to raise $200,000 by taxation to be held in reserve account for the purchase of new highway department equipment. A yes vote passes this motion. A no vote defeats this motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? I think I have to divide the House. All those in favor, please raise their hand. I will try this, but I can't count that fast. All those opposed, hands down, please. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Well, there's no further discussion. The ayes do have it. The motion passes.
I just want to add one more thing and then we'll move on. What do you want to add? I want to add. Because I don't stir the pot. I'm not stirring the pot. Please, if you have opinions about this stuff, about how this money should be spent, want to be involved in that discussion, come to the meeting. There will be posted in the warning what we're talking about. Come to the meeting and give your opinion. Selectboard meeting.
Okay, we're going to moving on. Okay. You do remember the old days where we had the school portion before or after the town portion, and the town portion was over at noon, and then at 1 o'clock we came back from lunch and we did the school portion.
Lunch?
That's right. When I get hypoglycemic and drop, please. Orange juice. Yeah. Okay. To see if the Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the repair renovation of Town Hall. This includes prompt compliance with the American Disabilities Act for building accessibility and ADA compliant bathroom.
So moved.
Bob?
Second.
Second there?
Second.
Good. We will now have discussion. I would like the person who first made the motion come on up, and he can speak first. There will be a short presentation to explain what is happening.
Don't go too far down.
So I hope everyone can see that.
Flip the switch on that.
Oh, I got to turn it on too?
I don't know. Is it? Yeah.
I hope everyone can see the very attractive building in front of you. It should look familiar because it's next door. That's a little bit different right there, and I'm going to talk about that. So we've had several architectural reports on Town Hall. The first one that I want to address was in 2009. That was a complete study that was done, and it was based on discussing what the needs of Town Hall were with the employees using it, as well as the Planning Commission. There was an update done in August of 21, just over 2.5 years ago, just about 2.5 years ago. So it's not ancient history, it's relatively recent. And it may be difficult to read it in the back, so let me just point out a couple of things. The intent of the report was to address a modern town hall. Just think about it. We've got a building here that was constructed in 1921-22, and it was because the previous town hall had burnt down. Everyone knew that, okay. And the person who donated the money was Mrs. Dutton, and she did it to remember her husband and son. So there's a little bit of history to this place. The only specification she had when she donated the money was that Town Hall be far enough away from other buildings so it doesn't burn down again. So we're talking about modernizing Town Hall. The goal is to minimize the impact on the building, both in terms of function and aesthetics due to the historic nature of Town Hall. It's over 100 years old. The building is a listed contributing structure in the state registry as part of the Townshend Historic District under a particular survey. Any questions about the history? Why we want to do this? Here's that little bump out. 24 feet by 18 feet, roughly 425 square feet. But the key thing here is you've got a fire stairway from the second floor. The one that we currently have in the back is not a real fire protected stairway. The other part of this is we now have ADA compliant bathrooms, a men's and a ladies' room with sufficient fixtures. And I want to point out that there is a lift or an elevator right through the front doors, and here it is. Speaking about the front doors, here's a ramp and a platform to get through the front doors, and there'll be we've all seen them, an opener for those doors. So someone that's coming in a wheelchair or in a walker is going to have the ability to hit the door opener, have enough room so that the doors aren't going to open and hit them, and get in. So when we talk about the renovation, everything in this left-hand column, site work, demolition, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, the architect spelled out in one or more paragraphs what that actually involved. Is it going to be complicated? What the controls or what the whole specification was is spelled out there. These costs over here are rough numbers, and the architect said that because this was at the height of the pandemic, he was going on the high side. Again, more energy conservation, accessibility, the new addition itself, sprinklers. And let me say that because we don't have municipal water supply here in Townshend, we've got to put in a large tank downstairs in the basement and then have pumps to be able to use the sprinkler system. It's a fairly large expense, you can see. But the sprinkler system would fairly assure it doesn't burn down again. In addition to which, there's never been a recorded multiple fatality in a building where you've had operating sprinklers. It might be of interest to people that we expect to have an engineer and architect working on this, and there's money in there for that. So here's that bump out in the back. That's what it looks like. We're here right now in the Dutton Gym. Hopefully there's enough space that if there's a fire in town, it's not going to get hit. We've all been in ADA compliant bathrooms, I'm sure. Just an example, you need a fixture, a sink, grab bars, and something that everyone may not know is that there's specifications for each and every one of these. In other words, the grab bars, the toilet, all of that needs to be at a specific height and dimension. It's not something you can kind of eyeball and say, yeah, put it there. This is not going to be the front of the building, luckily, because it's modern. It's generic, but the key point here is that you need to have enough space in front of those doors so that people don't get hit with them. Again, generic, sorry about that, but here's the platform in front of the doors. The ramp itself is specified for every 12 inches of rise, you need 12 feet of platform. So again, these things are spelled out. There's definite dimensions involved here. So we're asking for $50,000. You saw the price tag on doing all of the work. $1 million, give or take, 100,000. What we need to do, and when I say what we need to do, is the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, was passed in 1989. President H.W. Bush, Senior Bush, passed the law 35 years ago, roughly. It was a phased-in requirement based on how many employees businesses had. We're 35 years past when this thing was passed, the law was passed. There's actually repercussions. If someone wanted to, they could force the town to do this, and then it becomes very, very expensive. So what we're proposing is to take care of the entrance here, the ramp, the platform, the door openers, and have an ADA compliant bathroom over here. That's what that $50,000 should help us do. It doesn't get us the elevator, the sprinkler system, the back bump out. My point here is that we need to think about the future. We need to think about keeping that building going for the future. That's a really neat old building, if you ask me. It's really neat. Let's take care of it. Let's get it up to spec, what we need to do for the future. Any questions?
Questions? Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And then, yep, no, stay there, Bob. You stay there. I'll do questions. Go ahead. Yep.
Okay, I was just wondering about the lift. Is that something that can be fit? Is that why we're not having the meeting over there? Because there's no lift to get up to the top, or? What can you do about that? So that's
one of the reasons, yes.
It
broke. It was grandfathered in until it broke.
It was working in December.
But that sounds like something that you'd want to take care of in a timely fashion. Otherwise, we can't use the upstairs, right? Or not?
You shouldn't be using it.
It's not usable? I mean, it can't be fixed?
I don't know the answer to those things.
Okay. Just wondering.
Someone up here had a question?
Just a quick question. All right. You talked about the second floor back stairway is not fire code compliant. We don't have the fire marshal breathing down our neck because of that? I mean, is that something that...
We're no longer in there, so they're not breathing down our neck. That's the point.
So we're not using this, what I'm hearing then is we're not using the second floor of the town hall. Number one, because it's not ADA compliant. Number two, because it's a fire hazard.
It's not a fire hazard. There was a alarm fire detection system installed in Town Hall years ago.
Correct.
One of the things that the original architect's report wanted added, so we took that number out. There have been a number of things that the original report contemplated that have been done. The stairway is probably grandfathered, so it's not a fire hazard. There's no fire hazard there. Go ahead. There's no fire hazard.
With the way the building sits right now.
I'm sorry?
With the way the building sits right now.
No fire hazard. I can't hear you, sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. That's fine, and the fire marshal is happy with the back stairway the way it is now, and that meets meets the fire code, whether it's grandfathered or current, that's fine. But that was my question, because I feel uncomfortable with that, that's all.
So to answer what you just said is no, he's not happy. He's saying that it's grandfathered and that when we do renovate, improve it.
So I'm kind of just putting in a plug here. Y'all see where we are, right? We have a beautiful building over there. It's being neglected, like, shamelessly. And it just seems as if the town needs to make a choice. Do we want to fix the town hall? Or do we want to just kind of let it fall apart and then see what happens 5 or 10 years from now? I've heard rumors about a combination building being put in over at Taft Metals or something. But personally, you know, I know you all probably couldn't care less how I feel, but I think that building is like a statement for our town. And I also wonder if maybe people would be willing to try to get together and maybe approach the select board about getting a committee together of people that are concerned about it, that would like to research ways to bring it back. You know, let's put our energy where our mouths are.
That's the planning commission.
So anyway, you know, I just wanted to put that out there and you know, after this be a vote to show whether the town really cares.
Planning commission meetings are warned. This is the planning commission that's doing this for us. You can attend a planning commission meeting. Absolutely. They'd love to see you. More? Yes, Warren.
Are you sure you're not opening Pandora's box with the building? With the tiptoeing into the renovation? And anything concerning underlying that currently exists in that building you may be forced if you start a renovation to correct? Because I'm born in Grease Cottage, elementary school, high school, lived here, worked here, taxes since 18. We did plays in the gym, up in the stage. There's canvas tarps that are hanging there from there. Those things are torched. I go up to the clock tower to work on the whistle sometimes when it doesn't blow. I go up the tinderbox upstairs, wide open wood that's 100 plus years old, ready to torch, right? There's a lot of areas, and obviously the reason for protecting the back stairwell is people, right? You need to get the people out. They need a safe corridor, hour rated, 2-hour rated, depending on the building capacity. So I did do research and actually put together the first fire alarm quote for the building, and it took me days because there was no maps. I drew it up, I presented it. The board went with a different company, no problem. They put in half the system I recommended, because when I asked them the first day, I said, do you want to save the building or do you just want to get people out? Okay? Because they had no fire protection in the attic. They had no fire protection in the clock tower. And that wasn't put in on the initial bid, which was a lot less than mine, which is fine. It since then was put in after the bid was closed, so it cost the town money. How much, I don't know. I'm glad it has it. It needs it. But there's a lot of areas up there, and there's some other things, and I probably should come to the planning commission and talk to you guys in person, maybe not on TV, to assist in some other areas that I know of, to help you. Something needs to be done with the town hall, yes. But what I'm afraid of, you're going to tiptoe in, and then the lid's going to get open, and you're going to be into a $2-3 million bill by the time you're done renovating to the code. So it's.
Warren, I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said. What I'd like to offer is this. Give me your email address and I'll send you a copy of the original architect's report and the updated report. And that goes for everyone in town. If you want a copy of the architect's report and the updated report, give me your email address and I'll send it to you. Because much of what you just talked about is addressed in those reports.
Well, I'm just going to say, the building's coded in Nobbin 2.
I'm sorry?
The building is wired in Nobbin 2. You want on TV, you want to open this box? The ceiling's on the first floor. That means single strand wiring, no grounding conductors. Somebody had a brilliant idea insulating this building. They put 2 feet of high dense pack insulation on top of the ceiling on the second floor. Beautiful architecture up there. You should take pictures of that, show it in presentation. Underneath that is Nobbin 2, which is illegal. Okay? Not supposed to have happened, but it happened. So that is sitting there. So when you tell me there's potentially no fire hazard in that building, you make me so nervous. Because if the architects missed that, that's it. So when you start in your $8,000 here, your $10,000 there for electrical and stuff, you will be, how are you going to rip down the tin ceilings and put them back to the state they were in? You have to rewire it by saving the tin. But you will ultimately be forced to correct all of those wrongs to make that building so we can all go and enjoy it, which would be awesome.
I've been upstairs in the clock tower, walked across the attic, and I did see the thumb and knob as well. And I've been told that is all discontinued. I don't know if it's true. That's what I've been told. And I've seen updates in the service panel. So I don't know. You may be completely right. I don't know the answer, but the architect's report addresses that. And Liza, do you have something you want to add? Get back to you.
I know you want to speak to this, but I'd like to speak to this too. The can of worms has been opened. The planning commission is not saying, okay, Townsend residents, we want 1 point something another $1 million. It's unrealistic. Nobody's going to go for it. However, I'm sorry, we have to start somewhere. This is where we're starting. We're doing ADA compliant so that we don't have people who have to avail themselves of those things come along and say, you're not ADA compliant. We're going to bring a lawsuit against you. What good does that do? We're going to start at the beginning, literally the beginning of the building. We're going to make it accessible. All these other things need doing. Yeah, it's probably going to rack up multi-million dollars over the years, but we have to prioritize. We have to start somewhere. If we don't start somewhere and we don't have it in writing and we haven't had the conversation, those people are coming down the pipe and they're going to start bringing lawsuits against the town of Townsend. And we've got that building we can't use, which could be rehabbed over the course of time and made perfectly usable, serviceable, and compliant. So let's not open additional cans of worms because we know where we need to start. We're trying to do it, and we're talking $50,000, not $1 million.
When you go into a project and in any commercial or public space, you will ultimately be under tougher supervision than somebody that came in and gave you an inspection. All I'm saying, it needs to happen, it needs to start. And if you can start in with your ADA bathroom and get the people so they can get inside and use it, but all of the underlying conditions that lay overhead, you might start the project and the state might very well tell you, yeah, this got a lot more issues than we thought, so we're shutting you down today. So I'm just be a little forewarned.
Would you rather spend the $50,000 more first and have them examine it to have them tell you that, or would you rather start thinking about possibly updating, going to Taft Meadows with a combination town hall so that the town clerk can have, she's been asking about having extra vault space, right? No, you don't?
Anita was, but.
Okay, but I mean, that was something that was brought up before, extra vault space, offices, and the other stuff. I'm with Warren in the idea that we start messing with that building and we're going to be over our head as far as finances go. And then on top of it, we're putting our good money in front of our bad money and trying to get into all this stuff there. It's 120 years old. We're better off to put our money into something new and, you know, let the Historical Society take it over, or somebody else of that nature. And, you know.
Yes, Liza made a very important point that may have been missed there. If we start remediating what's wrong, we are in fact protecting ourselves from liability and lawsuit. And as far as the state is concerned, it's very unlikely the state is going to shut down the town hall of a small town like this if we are starting on remediation. At any point in time, you could pull the plug and say, this is not worth it, and we're going to switch to the idea of a new facility. But we need to get started, if for no other reason, to show that we are starting to protect ourselves from the very type of litigation that can come down.
Yes, and Eugene.
Does this architect's report include, did an engineer go in there and determine what problems there are with wiring and things over and above these improvements that you want to make?
So give me your email address. The report talks about the electrical system and what needs to be done.
So the estimates that you have include remediating the electrical system and other stuff. I know the balcony is closed because it's not safe, right?
The original architect back in '09 was one chosen because of their background in historical town buildings. The update was done by his predecessor, the person who bought his business, also a licensed Vermont architect. So we're not talking about someone eyeballing this stuff and saying, I think you ought to do that, you ought to do this. These people are licensed. They understand what they're up against when it comes to a renovation. If they're talking through their hat, they'd be on the carpet.
But the price that you have up there is 2021.
Yes.
Today is 2024.
Yes.
So that price, forget it. It's probably 20% higher if you want to do it today.
I don't know the answer to that.
I know, but I'm just saying, you know, we know what inflation has been for the last 3 years, so there's no point thinking it's going to cost what that number says.
I don't know the answer.
Yes, and we're not voting on that number. I know, okay. Sorry, yes, in the back.
All right, just one suggestion. I mean, I think it's a very good idea that we want to take care of the town hall. We want to investigate these other projects. I would strongly recommend that we come up with a large plan with some alternatives, either like we've talked about here. Do we want to really spend the money to renovate the town hall as it exists today? What's it going to cost? What's the 5-year plan or the 10-year plan or whatever we want to do? Or do we want to go with a new structure and present that to the voters of the town and let us decide, hey, this is the way on a long-term basis we think we want to go. Just a suggestion, do with it what you want.
I have a hard way of expressing myself on this because it's such a bigger picture. To me, I look at what the town hall provides the community. There's a lot. It's a sense of home. It's a sense of place. But I also look at the municipal needs. We need a firehouse too. And that's the same millions, if not more. The town hall may be in 10 years bigger. I understand preserve the building and preserve that, but we also need to think of the future. And really honestly, throwing $50,000 at this ADA, yeah, maybe it starts to answer, but it may open up Pandora's box, may not open up Pandora's box, but either way, us over at the firehouse, I'm gonna tell you, we're employees too if we even volunteer. Because it's a municipal department, we're in a municipal building. We don't wanna go down that street today, but I understand the employees over there, but we need to really honestly wanna know where we wanna put our best money is. We really need to have a good idea, a future plan, and I understand the town hall might just need preserving it because what is wrong using this building for town meeting? We already paid this, we all pay our taxes, we are all partial owners of this building too. And there's other structures, why not use those? But that's why I understand it's tough for me to see all this and to come with my opinion. I just wanted to share that it's a tough decision.
Dale, I've been on the Planning Commission since '07. On 2 different occasions, I was told that the fire station was being replaced. I don't know whatever happened. I don't know what happened. But on 2 separate occasions, that's what I was told. I would agree with you. That's decades past its time it should have been replaced. Decades.
No, it's not. Okay? Yes? Right. Okay, he's got the floor. You called
I
it.
just want to speak to the point of needing a bigger plan. And somebody mentioned back here, and I don't remember exactly who it was, but that we should be looking at what we can do and then presenting a larger picture. Good thought. I mean, because one thing would be to walk away from that building, tear it down, leave it, abandon it, whatever, build a small 2,000 to 3,000 square foot office building. Probably end up costing you pretty close to the same amount that what we're talking about here, but you wouldn't have the large meeting space at those numbers. Now, to be able to get to that point of making that decision, you do need some funds to be able to engage some professionals, architects, engineers, to help in making that calculation. This article is set up as a reserve with the primary thing to make the ADA accessible first floor. So the business that we're doing today, where the town office functions, would make that small part compliant and also provide some funds to be able to do further investigation. So we'd have a better picture of where we are. Now, we already spent some money in 2021 to get the initial architectural work there. And I will say that that was done in the middle of the pandemic. We were told at the time that costs, specifically lumber costs, were at peak. They have since come down. Other things have probably gone up. So I don't think it's as simple as to say that those numbers will be much too low because of inflation. You know, there's definitely costs have been going up and down. So it is a ballpark. I wouldn't say it's specific, but it's not 10 million. You know, I think we can agree on that. It is in the million. Maybe it's $1.5 million. Maybe it's a little under $1 million. It's in that range. So that gives us something to start talking about. Asking for the 50 is to get the immediate thing done so that we are compliant with the offices that we have now so they can continue to function. And give us some ability to start exploring further. And a big part of it is to get the input here from the town, as we're having, which is great, as to what do you want to do with this building? I love the fact that you say it's a sense of being, and it's a center of the community. I've had lots of good memories of things, of events that have happened there. You know, how is that important compared to a basic functioning office building? I think there's value there. But we all need to agree that that's value. Because after all, it's all our money that we're dividing up to do this. And it's not like everything we've talked about. Fire station, that'd be nice. That's not cheap either. Building, you know, and restoring and preserving bridges, not cheap. We have to make our choices as to how we're going to spend our money. And, you know, so this is a start in addressing that one, specifically of that town hall building. Thank you.
Over here?
Andy is part of the planning commission.
Okay, you can answer the question, and then we have somebody over here. Go ahead.
Okay. Andy's part of the planning commission. Liza's part of the planning commission. Mr. Evans is our chair. Do you have anything to add, John?
No, I think things are going very well.
I'm sorry. Someone over here had...
Somebody over here screamed, call the question.
I just said call the question.
Well, now you have the floor. You called the question. Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, so there's been, okay. Do we want to take a 2/3 vote or no objection? Anybody else want to add? That's an objection. No? Hearing no objection, I declare discussion closed. Okay. We now have a motion before us to see, thank you, sir. Good job. To see, where is it? To see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in the reserve account for the repair renovation of Town Hall. This includes prompt compliance with the American with Disabilities Act for building accessibility and ADA compliant bathroom. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. Would you like me to divide the house and see hands, or are we good? Okay, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Thank you. Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the restoration of the Stone Arch Bridge on Back Windham Road. Moved. Charlie?
Second.
Who said second? You got it? Okay, good. It's been moved in second. Discussion. Yes, sir.
We've put a lot of money aside for the Stone Arch Bridge. Very nice bridge. Originally it was talked about, the money was to repair it. We're now talking about spending the money to preserve it. I want everybody to understand that what we're talking about is literally taking pictures of the bridge and the stones, marking them, and then putting them back, the same stone where we can, back in the same place. This is not to make it a functional bridge. It is much more than that, and hence more expensive. We're now, we have just signed a contract that, if I'm wrong, correct me, I think it's $750,000 or $750,000 for the work. debatable whether we have another, what the amount is that is in the highway budget we passed. I think it's more than the 60 or 70. I think there's more like 100 in there, but whatever. And now we're asking for another 50 here. I've also heard in the grapevine, so I will say it, that there's another 100,000 possibly to put cement. Because originally it was supposed to be that this was significant because it was a dry stone structure. Recently it's been learned that no, there was cement in it. So to get the right hydraulic cement, which is not a current concrete, there's more money there. The total cost of the project is getting close to $1 million. And that's, yes, there's a federal, I think it's Forest and Parks grant for $220,000. That lessens the town contribution. But the town is putting a lot of money into a bridge, and I heard it said here that if the building is, talking about the town hall, it's only 100 years old. Well, Stone Arch Bridge is roughly the same age, about 100 years old, 100 plus, just barely. It is not particularly unique. There are lots of dry stone arch bridges. There's 5 of them in New Hampshire. It's nice, I like it. But the question is, does it really make sense to be putting that kind of money into something that is restoring it, not necessarily making it more functional? The Vermont V-Trans has not come along and said that it is not structurally sound as it sits. Not been any, so it still is a structural bridge. As the sides fall off, that may change, but currently it is still structurally sound from the traffic. It's also important, I think, that some of the things that we're talking about here, by taking that federal money, they get a say in what we do with it. Anytime, like the design of the railings and the what's called the bumpers or parapets that come up, we need to get, that has not been fully designed, and we need their permission to approve that before we go ahead. If they don't, it could be higher money, and if we can't get those done, then you don't have a usable bridge. But you need to have those for safety to prevent vehicles from going on. The other aspect of having the federal money, and another aspect, and once again, if I'm misstating things I've heard around town, let me know, was the recommendation was that we not run plows over it. That it has to be moved with an auger or a snow blower to clear snow off. That's an added hassle and expense. Whether we comply with that, I don't know. Whether the Forest and Park grant would enforce that, don't know. But we're spending an awful lot of money on things that we still don't know the real answer to. As far as breaking down in detail, this project has evolved. There's been a lot of people working on it, dedicated, putting a lot of effort into it, and I appreciate that. But it started out as a $300,000 total project. It is morphed into something quite different and continues to evolve. We still don't really have a final price tag of what this is going to be. And I just see that we keep incrementally adding dollars to it each time, and never coming back and looking at it and saying, okay, for the total dollars we're talking about, we still want to be doing this. I think that's a pretty good question that needs to be answered. If that's the general sentiment, we'd rather do that money for the bridge versus firehouse versus town hall versus other things. It all is part of our taxes. So that's where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, sir. Oh, wait. Bob, and then we'll go here. Okay, go ahead, Bob.
I'm going to say essentially what Andy said. I'm a history nerd. I love history. When this was first proposed in 2019, yes, we're going down a road that keeps on getting more and more expensive. We have stone-arch bridges in town. They're cool. The Historic Society has taken care of them. They're very cool. But the fact to me is, let's get our priorities straight. You know, that's the key thing here, and I think Andy said that better than me, but that's the
Thank you. Did somebody have their, oh wait, no.
Yeah, I just, Haley. Just want to point out that the money that the town has raised through taxation is $50,000 that's been raised consistently for, I think, 5 years, can only be used for this project. It's been put into a fund that can only be used for this project. Putting that in forward.
Point of information,
Okay.
this body can reallocate reserve funds that have already been done. So it would take a town meeting.
Has to be warned.
Reallocate, and it can be reallocated.
In another meeting, yes, warned. And then there was a, sorry, yes, Charlie.
Well, first of all, the Historical Society, in cooperation with you, the taxpayers, and the federal grant and donations, raised all the money necessary to do the project as designed.
Can't go this way.
So we had that money until the contractor started to do his preparatory work, which has already started. The contract for this project's been signed. This work will begin sometime around May 15th to 20th, depending on approvals of the parapets and guardrails. The design of the parapets and guardrails has generally been agreed upon through the steering committee and discussions with the town. The town, and I think Jeremy should jump in and correct me, but the town requested prior to Jeremy, when Steve was road foreman, that instead of having solid parapets, they be open to some degree. That eliminates the issue of this auger business. So forget the auger. The auger's 5 years old in an earlier report when there were solid walls to the bridge. Nobody wants solid walls. The National Park Service, which is administering the federal money for this project, relied on, believe it or not, a painting done by Aldro Hibbard, which shows cement walls as it looks like now. Through Robert's work and myself and Heidi, we came up with pictures of the bridge when it was built and it had open guardrails. So the National Park Service has approved those. What they're waiting for is the final design to finish the total approval. Well, what happened when the work was beginning, the preliminary work to decide what was needed for supplies and so forth and so on, is Brian Post discovered mortar in the seams of the bridge. It was my opinion that that mortar was probably put in by different town road crews over the years in an attempt to stop leakage through a dry stone bridge. The mortar was sent out for analysis and is determined to be original. Since that time, Robert found a bill that was sent to Putney for one of the Follett bridges in Putney where he used mortar in 1904, which kind of blows the whole theory that this is a completely dry stone bridge. However, it really is, because the mortar's in areas where you don't see it. I understand he had to see some of this with a flashlight. I've seen pictures of it and so forth and so on. So some of that has to be replaced, and that added one of these so-called contingencies where you have every building project, and we didn't have the money for those contingencies. So we went through some more fundraising. We realized that we might not have enough money for all of this, so that's why we requested this article be put in. So the contract's been signed, the work's going to begin. The question is, if this motion is defeated, where will the remaining money come from? Well, Our post office box is 204. You can send us a contribution, and that would reduce the amount that the town would have to pay. And I thank the town very much for its previous donations, but the dog has already crossed over the street. This project's going forward.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's an amendment before us. There's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the restoration of the Stone Arch Bridge on Back Windham Road. Seeing no other discussion, a yes vote will pass the motion, and a no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Now we got this one. Okay. Article 16. This article, to see if the town will vote to decide what format for town meeting will be in the future. This is an out of order article. I wish somebody would just say, can we pass over? Pass over. Thank you. Okay, so hang on, we will discuss, but let me explain. It's too vague because the people that are at home don't know what type of meeting we're talking about to change. So, it doesn't work. Plus, there's actual Vermont state statute that the verbiage in the warning, there's certain verbiage that has to be in the warning in order to do this, and it's not here. So, by 2/3 majority, we suspend the rules because no motion has been made. I don't even know how you make a motion with this. We need 2/3 majority to move this to non-binding business, because I do believe this is an important discussion to have. This is just the wrong place to have it. So, all those in favor of passing over this article, it has to be hands up because it's 2/3. Please raise your hand. Thank you. Those opposed? Okay, we will pass over this article. Not to say we're not going to discuss, but we have to dispatch of that. Okay. Actually, I was watching the movie last year's. I was played by Brad Pitt. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Selectboard to acquire land by gift or purchase for municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. So moved and seconded. You got Craig and Irv. Any discussion? There was a long discussion last meeting. Any discussion today? Hearing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to acquire land by gift or purchase for municipal forest to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
Did someone call the motion and second it?
Did we?
Yes.
Okay, good. No, that's okay. All those opposed? No. Okay. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. And the reason why she brought that up, because mistakes have been made in the past, so thank you for double checking. Right, she's the official record keeper, right. She points out all my mistakes tomorrow. How do we fix this? Okay, now this is going to be so Article 18, to transact any other non-binding business. I'd like to start with the article that we passed over, and then from there we can build on. There's lots of other people that would like to add to non-binding business today. But we have non-binding business. Why don't you come up and speak, because that's... So we're going to talk about the future of town meeting and what format we wanted in, considering when I moved here, there was over 200 people at town meeting, and now we got below 100.
Okay.
So I'm sorry that we didn't put it in properly, but what I'm hoping for after speaking to a lot of people that are not able to be here today. I grew up in Townsend. It was, childcare was here. Everyone came. We had a luncheon. It was, people came and they talked, and if they had the day off and they went skiing, they didn't complain that they didn't vote. That is not the case anymore. We actually had someone that had moved up and he was like, it's discriminatory. And I was like, what do you mean it's discriminatory? And he was like, you have to be able, it's a luxury to be able to take a day off with childcare, with the ability to get here. I spoke to someone a couple days ago that's homebound. She cannot come and vote. I will say that a lot of towns have done it differently, and what I was hoping, and we've been talking to the Secretary of State, is obviously this should be up to the people of the town how they want to do it. What I'm kind of working towards is having it be kind of a multiple choice. Do you want to come Saturday? Keep it how it is. Would you be able to come Saturday? Would you be able to come on like a Monday night? Do you want to have the officers elected via Australian ballot? A lot of towns do it one way or the other. Do you want to have all the articles, decided Australian ballot? Taking the articles themselves, that changes it because then we don't have the ability to alter it or to make amendments. So that's kind of why this is here, because we want to have it in a place that people can vote. Because we are kind of moving away from a democracy if people don't have the ability to come and vote and have a say in their town. So that's sort of what we're working towards. That will probably be, we have the next presidential primary August 13th. Don't forget to go vote today for it, but I'm hoping to have a ballot. We'll be working with the Secretary of State so that the people of town have a say in having a say, I guess. So that's, any questions or?
Could you paraphrase or summarize what we would be voting for or against?
It wouldn't be voting for, it would be voting how you would like to have town meeting, the format town meeting would be held in.
So if we approve Article...
We're not approving it. That's been passed over. I'm just giving you information right now for upcoming stuff.
Right.
But no.
What are you planning on in the spring when we do the primary with the state?
The presidential primary is August 13th.
I thought that was today.
That is another presidential primary. General is November. No, it's actually, this is a primary. Yeah, they're both presidential primaries, and then the next one. That's a federal thing. But yeah, so there's another primary for the state.
At that time, you're going to have some proposal on that ballot.
It would be a separate ballot, but it could be held at the same election. But we are talking to the Secretary of State, and hopefully we'll get a town attorney soon that we can make sure everything's legal. Yep.
Well, what I'm hearing with the primary discussion is around, number one, do we elect officers by Australian ballot or not? The second thing is, do we change the time and place of our town meeting to make it more accessible to more people?
Yeah.
And that is not being decided today.
Yeah.
That is right. We're just giving direction and discussion. Right. Okay.
But,
just make sure everybody knows.
We're going to try to have it be as user-friendly for everyone to get what they want, but that's some of that we have to work. We have to work with the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
I wasn't clear.
Yeah.
What I was wondering about is there any way to do a combination of an Australian ballot and a town meeting?
A fair amount of towns do that. We are one of the only towns in this area in Windham County that still runs it.
So what I guess I would like to have happen is, we just heard, what is it that you guys are looking for? What do you think would be better so they can take it back and digest it, and then present that at a future election? Because it wasn't properly warned today.
Yeah.
What is it that you want? Do you want the elected officials to be Australian ballot to get that off the floor here? What is it? What do you want to move town meeting? Thoughts? The people that are going to put this article in August want some direction on what the town is interested in. Is basically our discussion today?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like the idea of an Australian ballot for the officers provided you have a petition process, et cetera, so we get a choice. We
Yeah,
don't
you would have
it's
that,
not
yeah.
just one person. Second thing, moving town meeting to a different time. I know Vernon does it Monday nights. I know some of the other towns do it later in the evening on Tuesday. That's whatever the town wants, but those two things are probably good ideas to put on a ballot.
I think it's long overdue that we consider changing the day and the time. And I've been hearing that discussion for over 20 years in other towns that I've lived in Vermont.
Put a survey in the newsletter?
You could put a survey in the newsletter, yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
Any other? Okay.
I'm going to pipe in because it's non-binding business. I'm not supposed to, but we started at 9 o'clock. You're going to start this at 6 o'clock at night? Just pointing that out.
Maybe it keeps.
I'm not saying Saturday is different than nighttime. You got to put it all, I know, it's just an idea and it's a great idea. I don't disagree with the fact that people can't get to this meeting. I mean, back in the day, we were farmers. We brought the whole family. I mean, when I first moved to town, there was daycare. They went over to the library, I think, the kids, and they played or whatever. That's not there. It's really hard to get here now, and I totally respect that. What to be done, that's out of my purview, yes.
Is there like hybrid options?
Yeah, hybrid option. I mean, what I'm really hoping, and again, we have to make sure it's legal, but to have it be where, hey, I want it on a Monday night and I want to have it be Australian ballot for officers and have it be an open discussion, for the rest of the, yes. So I'm hoping to just have it be where everyone can put what they want first.
Dana first.
Oh, Dana first, sorry.
Yes, Dana first.
Dale, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
But either way, I feel that the change is needed, and I also agree that I think the election part should be done that way, and eventually maybe fill out some of the larger, I think you need to have the discussions for all the other articles. But I think the time is crucial, and like some of the places I recognize, like Vernon, I'll recognize them because they do it over 2 or 3 nights of the same week or the same different time period, where they only deal with certain articles certain days. So they allow that time for that discussion that we had today over 9 hours, so people don't get exhausted on the whole burden of, okay, we're going to discuss these first 3 articles tonight, and then tomorrow night's the next night. So if you're a person that, well, I can only make one or the other night, what's more important to you and yourself, and you're able to make that time?
And I hadn't heard about that one, so I'm glad to know about that too. Alan?
I just wanted to know, do people call you with their ideas or questions? How should they proceed?
Call me, email me, pop in. It's really, news. I think putting a survey in the newsletter. I mean, we have some time, but it would be, we also have to talk to the Secretary of State. Eamon?
What would happen if today's vote on the select board?
So today's vote on the select board, if we did it, I mean, we'd have a running, it would be like we have the election next door, which is 8 to 7. We'd have it so you could vote all day.
When they had 4 people running, how do you do it with Australian ballot?
That's got to be, we would look in, I don't know, I'm sure the Secretary of State knows, but we could find runoffs and stuff. Go ahead, Kate.
I'll make sure the newsletter committee formulates a plan for asking for input and ideas.
She's just saying the newsletter committee will make sure that we have something.
That newsletter just got really important.
Yeah. Okay, but like really come and talk, share with the select board. I mean, we want it to be what you want it to be, obviously. So.
I guess I'm somewhat understanding the only issue that came up twice. You mentioned several reasons why people aren't coming to the meeting, but what are the big ones? Because saying childcare is the big problem. That seems.
No, I mean, it's people have to be able to take a day off of work. When I started my old job, they can't get here and afford to do it yet.
It's a combination of all of it.
Yeah.
It's a combination. I mean, yes, work.
In the past, we have offered childcare. I think actually Rob's daughters did it sometimes too, and it started being that a lot of people just weren't coming. That it was, so it's not necessarily. There are a lot of different, but it's if people don't have a lot of time off, coming to town meeting is not going to be high on their priority list.
Yeah. But also, I mean, just speaking to someone that is housebound, like she does not have the ability to have a say. So those are some of the things. So, any other questions or?
Town meeting by Zoom, right?
Town meeting by Zoom? I'm not gonna say anything.
Been there, done that.
Okay.
Okay, so that was basically it. That's what they were looking for to begin with, was just for direction. And you gave her some good ideas, but still pepper her with ideas on what you guys want for future town meetings. Okay? Because times are a-changing, only constant. Okay, done with that one. Further non-binding business. Yes, sir. Here's this.
Okay. On the Select Board agenda for February 27th of this year, under new business, there was a simple topic of grant writing work. As a member of the public, I simply assumed the board would be discussing grant writing in general. Perhaps this would be the beginning of a discussion about grants that are available and how to go about getting some of the money that is out there that may benefit the town. The Public Works Supervisor is already responsible for highway grants. The Select Board Assistant, at least in the past, has been responsible for some grant work, has been the Treasurer. But within 10 minutes, with very little discussion, the Select Board created a brand new grant write position with no parameters aside from a 6-month initial trial period, and set a rate of pay and the numbers of hours per week that the person in this new position would work. Matter of fact, the individual who was hired set...
Meeting's over.
Matter of fact, the individual who was hired set the hourly rate based on the proposed casual labor rate and the numbers of hours a week they would work, not the Select Board. The Select Board just rubber stamped it. The position is also not funded in the FY25 budget. The fact that this petition was automatically, with no real discussion, given to a member of the Select Board under their own terms is an extreme conflict of interest. The individual hired apparently discussed this with the Select Board Chair in private prior to the meeting, and it would appear that the vote was held immediately because 2 of the members had indicated they would not be running for the office this year. I have no opinion regarding the need or lack thereof for a grant writer, and I'm not commenting on that. I have no desire to denigrate the individual hired or comment on their abilities. My comment here is on how the Select Board, all 5 members, conducted business in this case. At the very least, the position should have had even a basic job description developed and then advertised to the general public as a position that people could apply to. There would be no issue with a Select Board member applying and getting the job as long as everything was done properly. It was not. There are rules that must be followed, and avoiding conflict of interest or even the appearance of conflict of interest is right at the top of that list. Yes, in the past, members of the Select Board have been employees of the town, but they have always either worked for the town before their election or their hiring had been done after applications had been received, interviews had been made. In all my years here, I've never witnessed such a blatant disregard of proper protocol. I chose to make this statement today at town meeting and would like to direct a comment to those individuals who are no longer serving on the board, but were serving on in February. Should they ever serve on a public body again, they need to pay more attention to how things are supposed to be done and carefully consider their actions. I also chose to speak to this today because there are new members of the Select Board, and they need to know right from the start that they have rules to follow as how they conduct the affairs of the town. For those new members, I suggest that you begin your tenure by thoroughly reading the Vermont open meeting laws and reviewing the town's conflict of interest policy. Above all, never be afraid to speak up at a meeting and go, wait, can we do this in this manner? Thank you.
Thank you. Other non-binding business. Where's Michael? Oh, there he is. Oh, wait, you hang on. She stood up. Right. That's fine. That's, I just knew he wanted to speak and I couldn't find him anywhere. I see him now. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, that's good. You were over there, then you're over there. So.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eileen Fahey, but those of you who do not know me. I'm here because I'm a volunteer for Grace Cottage Hospital. On behalf of the Healthcare Center and its patients, thank you for this year's town appropriation, which supports patient care. I want to let you know about a project that's in the works. Grace Cottage is in the process of applying for an Act 250 environmental permit to construct a new clinic building on their campus. It would replace the two old houses from the 1840s, where Grace Cottage now provides more than 30,000 primary care visits a year. These buildings were never meant for this kind of use. The community's care has outgrown this space. The new building will be just north of the existing clinic, set back from Route 35 and attached to the existing hospital. Grace Cottage hopes to break ground in 2025 on this important project. I have flyers for anybody who is interested to have more information about this project, and one of the lines in the flyer gives you the email address of the hospital to get more information about this project. Thank you.
Yeah, I won't say anything. Okay. Sir.
I know it's late, and I imagine a lot of us would love to leave here soon, but I wanted to bring up an idea that many of you perhaps don't know about. I'm a volunteer for the Convention of States project. Article V of the United States Constitution allows changes to our Constitution based upon the states deciding it. So some of them are delegated from the legislative body, but we can have a convention of states that would say things are not working in Washington, D.C. the way we'd like them to. The structure is needing changes, and the people down there aren't going to do it. They've proven that. Term limits would be a very interesting projection. Balanced budget would be very interesting. We can get that to happen, if you're interested in it, by having our Vermont legislature vote to become part of the convention. The convention now has, I believe, 20 states that said they'd participate. We need 34. If we get 34, then they create the convention, they create the wording for the change to the Constitution, should there be any. They don't have to come up with anything. We think they will. And it's going to be delegated to this type of thing: term limits, balanced budget, reduction of regulation. If that goes through, then it gets voted by the population. You have to get 3/4 of the population to vote in favor of it. So it's a slow process. But I don't know how else you change the basic structure of Washington, D.C., where it's a corrupting place. And if you go down there and you need to get reelected, you have to talk to the lobbyists, and the lobbyists know how to give and they know how to take. So I've got some flyers here about the Convention of States. What I'm encouraging people to do is look at it, think about it, ask me questions if I can answer anything. and then sign the petition that will go to Emily. And Emily, it'll say to Emily, we think that this is a good idea for the state and for the nation to change the structure that we're dealing with. So I've got them at the back, I've got some in my pocket, and I'm anxious to talk to anybody who's interested. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions right now? I mean, you can take questions. Does anybody have any questions right now? No? Okay. And you can ask, he'll be at the back door, you can ask then.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. No, awesome. Good, thank you. Any other non-binding business? You can go out. There you go. Any other non-binding business to come before the meeting?
Make a motion to adjourn?
No, not yet. Close. Close, but close. One more to go. We have to set the time for the next meeting. No? Any other non-binding business? Yes.
I'm just going to do to remind folks when they're elected to send.
Yes, I will do that. I got my last speech right here, but I'm not there yet. Okay, hearing no other non-binding business, we have one more article. Article 11. No. 19. I hate Roman numerals. 19. Huh? Don't go back, yeah. Number 19, don't go back. Now I get it. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2025 as the date for the 2025 Town of Townshend annual meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
I got a question. Last year's town report, there was no more article to set a town date. We said we were going to have to call a special town meeting to do it. Did that happen? Yes, because also, I didn't hear about the special town meeting. Did that happen? Fine. It didn't. And now in here, it says, from the official report of last year, says that we did vote on it, and the answer was yes.
Is that in the town report?
From last year.
No, I got a report right here. Last year, 2003. My memory's the problem, you said you have to have a...
The last article in last year's town report.
Yes, that is correct. You were supposed to have a special town meeting, which is fine.
No, we did not.
Okay, no big deal.
We didn't have a special town meeting, but it does look like they did not get wrong. Yeah, it does. It looks like the debt should not be. Okay,
that should not have been in there, but did you have a special town meeting?
No, we did not. You're not required to have special town.
Oh, okay. So they're not required. Okay, yes, agreed. Agreed. You are correct. Okay, we have a, did we move and second that?
Yes. No, we did not.
No, we didn't. Somebody, Craig moved it, and yeah, I got plenty of people. Thank you. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday of March 2025 as the date for the 2025 town meeting. All those in favor? Yeah, discussion. Discussion, you're right.
That's a motion.
Okay.
That's something we can ask the Secretary of State when we're talking to them. Anyway, good point, Nick. But yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? I forget where I'm at. Hypoglycemia. All those, okay, so the question before us, a yes vote passes, that we see you again next year. No vote defeats that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That's great. Okay, hang on. Thank you all for attending the 2024 Townshend Town meeting. If there's no further business to come before the meeting, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Second. All those in favor to adjourn? Yes. I declare the 2024 Townshend Town meeting closed. A healthy thank you to all those that make it happen. All elected officials, please come forward to sign up, and please go across to the town hall to finish voting.